Hello. Hi, hi. How y'all doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm in a cave. It's all cobalt stew. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Brian. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Zandik. Hi, Level. Hi, Narix. Hi, Wolf. What? Why am I already being pointed at? I'm in a cave. Yeah, that's right. You a cave dweller? Yes. Yes. You know? I don't know. You a cave? Oh my god, Rollins, what the fuck? How can I be so big as to become a cave? Ow. Copy the shadows from whence you came? But I am in the shadows. I mean, isn't cave shadowy? Question mark? Hi, Rollins. I'm gonna be in a cave she's in. I mean... Wait, how can I check how many people is it? There's 10 people in the cave currently, according to OBS. Heck yeah. Kobo, uh-huh. Yeah. Also, I bought medicine. I realized what's wrong with my body, so I'm not too scared now. I'm holding the medicine up right here. Apa ini ya? This is... Gaviscon. Double action. Hey, hell yeah. I have medicine now, easy. I heard from a particular dragon that they like the way you squeal when you're flustered. Particular dragon? Which one? Did I squeal? Oh, do I squeal? I don't know. Maybe? Your medicine nice? Hell yeah. Hey, how are you? Hi, Drake. Welcome. I'm doing pretty okay. I had, recently I'm having light breakfast, which feels pretty good, to be honest. My body is not too much of a burden, and I can also play badminton a little bit better now. So yeah, feels good. The word may have been squee. Oh, I mean, I can squeak. So many pets and poop. Oh my god. Yeah, I squeaked before. Involuntarily, I think. I think the most apparent the squeak noise that I made was me playing no, Half-Life 1, original one. And then I was trying to jump across the bridge and I fell down and then I made a noise. I think that one is the most the thing apparent is the word 最明显的 squeak. Sometimes English is a little bit too hard for my brain, especially when I just woke up. Or especially when it's Sunday. When I'm feeling so lazy, it's like, English difficult. It was near the beginning and the bridge broke as you were crossing. Yeah, that one. Ooh, RG Bold. Now you're gonna listen to what I say. Ooh. Oh, the bean looks good. Holy shit. I forgot what I wanted to say. Hi, Aquaboard. Yo, wait, that bean looks good though. Oh my goodness. You guys should redeem this more so that I can look at my beans like this. More beans. Whoa, beans. Okay, let me open up. Well, I guess I gotta listen to more of Pokemon lo-fi music if you guys don't mind. Ooh. Mega beans. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Why do I look like a cat? I think it's a lower jaw makes me look like a cat. Ah, crap, I didn't even open up Steam. How many times? So I guess my goal is to make a Kobo cannon now. I mean, the vote mentioned that cannon is not what I... Not throwing, but explosions. So I'm gonna use the explosion to propel myself to destroy things. Oh yeah. No. My beans. Oh, my beans. My face is gone. But I got some broken beans. Can that be converted into sound wave? And what if that converts into sound wave and then it can play some music on it? Hey, we should try that sometimes, you know, like a maximum jank and then just me shaking over, making waves. Would sound like something from Faith. Oh my god, what an honor. Faith is top tier sound design wise. It's so good, especially a gun with one bullet. I mean, that one is pretty good. I like it. Anyway, Besiege. Besiege, right? Besieged. No ED, Besiege. Apparently there's a DLC. And apparently this is so recent. I didn't know. I thought this like a... Oh, this is Steam Workshop? Oh no. By the way, I thought this game was like kind of long time ago, is it? Yeah, 2020. That's like... That's like 4 years. I mean, yeah, it is 2024. Oh my god, it's 2024. Anyway, Besiege. Wonder if I can make a cannon out of this. Wonder if I can make my Scorpion mobile again. Can I make a helicopter? I haven't showed Laveau my walking helicopter. Ah, crap. You know what? I gotta show it. Well, again, quotation mark functioning with the biggest quotation mark possible. Okay, wait. I want to show my proud creation. I'm sure there are some people here haven't seen it as well. It's my proud creation. Why am I shooting lasers? Oh, hey, comic. Welcome. I love how my FPS just drops crazily. My PC is not the best, honestly. I usually play games at like the lowest settings possible, just so that my PC doesn't explode. Also, you're gonna love a 2000 FPS here. The game's running so fast, oh my god. Okay, I'm excited. Good. I'm gonna show once my PC doesn't die from this. Why, game? Why? Oh. After each Monarch challenge, new hidden treasures will appear on the map. Really? Oh, sorry, guys. The longer you play this game, or like each session, like for one session, the longer you play this game, the more laggy it's gonna get. So probably get some chunks that's not being cleaned up. Oh yeah, hey, Yipcopter, Yip. This is the one. This is the one. It's actually working, and I'm so surprised. See, the thing is, I can sort of drive normally, right? And then if I initiate helicopter, right? If I initiate fly, something's gonna happen. Like, I mean, I press a button. I initiated fly. If it works, it works, alright? It's a little bit of a bumpy ride, but... it's a bit of a bumpy ride. All I'm gonna say about that. But it's Kobo Mobile, so it works. So the longer I hold this, eventually the km per hour here, it's probably gonna go about... Like the last time I checked, it can go about 3,000. Fly. Look at that, it's so good. Sorry about the motion sickness I'm probably gonna cause. So I want to see if I can achieve something similar to this in Besieged. Although Screwdriver can achieve this because Screwdriver is more of a vehicle-oriented kind of creation thing, right? So maybe I'm gonna try. I don't think that's normal. Oh. We are like nothing ever happened. So yeah, that's my helicopter mobile. I'm probably gonna bring this to a race someday, but I don't know. Oh shit. Also, one little thing about this mobile is left side works fine. Left side does that. Right side does whatever this is. I'm holding right, and then it does something. it does something. I don't know what it does. Left is more bombastic, but right is weird. It sort of stops things, but at the same time it makes it more wang dangling jiggly. So yeah, I'm proud of my creations. I'm probably gonna make more in the future. It does something. You've done a wonderful job. I'm so proud of you. A dragon is powder Kobo. Oh my god, I'll take it. This is the best day ever. Oh no, it broke. It's so great. It's so great flying here. You're a genius engineer. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Alright, so let me see if I can achieve something similar in Besiege. You know, sometimes I'm not good with puzzles, but when it comes to like creative things like this, I remember I was playing Once Human, and then I made something that's ungodly. I know Once Human is like you can only base build, so it's like, yeah, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Are we gonna turn off the music? Or I can turn off the music here and put the volume up there. I mean, hey. Advanced building? Maybe not yet. Blood? Hell yeah. Language? Do you have Chinese? Oh my god, you have 3 different kinds of Chinese? This is simplified. Taiwan traditional and Hong Kong traditional. Wow. I'm gonna assume that this game is not very intensive. If it does, then I'll change the settings again. Oh, Valfrost. Multiplayer and level creator. Epsilon. So I guess we're going to Epsilon? Are we going to Epsilon? Interesting design. It doesn't tell me where to click, but it's fine. Southern Cottage. Are we gonna destroy a cottage? Oh, wait, is it similar? Wait, I think it's similar. Add 2 whales. Powered whale, oh, okay. Oh. Oh, I have to drive using... Oh, this is jank. I have to rise using arrow keys. What's WASD? Oh, sorry. Oh, WASD is the camera. Oh. Oh, everything's so weird. Oh my god. How do I pan up the camera? Reset camera. F1. Okay. I'm just gonna drive. Good. Oh, hi McLunch. It has been some time since I've seen this game. It's the first time me seeing this game. After playing Screwdriver, I was like, I want some more games like that. And I found it. Well, someone helped me found it. Lock block. Race. Steering hinge. Powered wheel. Wooden pole. Wooden block. Small wooden block. So I guess because I just started, so that's not... Sorry, I'll shut the fuck up. There's so many things here. How large is wheel? Oh, that's big. Wait, why not just use this? Oh god, yeah, Control Z. Why not just like... I win, right? Oh. But why? Can I change the direction you are rotating? Click and drag to rotate machine. Step machine on ground. Key mapper, parameter tuning. Click to undo, Control Z. Redo, Control Y. Oh, do I actually need one powered wheel? Unpowered large wheel. This one, right? So is it gonna work? Oh, sorry. Why are you spinning the thing? Okay, maybe you need some blocks, okay? Maybe you need some block. So... Can I make a walking leg? Like they're walking on legs instead of using wheels. If I... Oh, if I make this? How do I make them spin? Click and drag to draw a brace between 2 points. A brace? Sorry, but what's a brace? spinning block? Spinning block? That sounds good. Okay, what do you do? If anything that's spinning, it's good. Oh, are you like... Oh! Okay. I found... So now I can probably make this, right? It's gonna spin this, so we can use... Oh, sorry. Oh, I mean, is it... Maybe I need to... Oh, wait. I need to add something that's not spinning this, so... Add this, and then spinning wheel. Or spinning block. So it spins that way. And now we can add the long one. Actually, can I add a small one? No. Oh, that's the longest. Wait. No. Yeah, wait, no. Yeah. What if I power the wheel, like, everywhere? Like, what's gonna happen? You know? Is it gonna be more stable? Only one way to find out. I just want them to not spin the one in the middle. Tron ship? No! How'd I make them not spin over there? Weaponry? Oh my god, wait, weapon... Oh! Say yourself on fire. Thank you, game. Thank you. Oh, balls. This shit is Kobo Engineering. You know, yeah. When Kobo try to find something or like try to figure out something how it works, then yeah. Repeating crossbow, C to fire. Oh my god, shrapnel cannon. Wait, can I propel myself with cannon? Like, how do I rotate? Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. Eight? It's working. Come on, get up. Don't give up. Only one shot. I can put weaponry. Drill. Is there a way to make things spin faster? Flying block. I mean... Adjustable weight. Oh, it's a weight! Hot air balloon? Ignites on break? Wing panel. Wait, I can actually make wings. Oh! Oh my god, that's so cool. Okay, how will the dragon head looks like? Maybe I can make weaponry as like the spike, you know? Yeah. Metal blade? Hmm. What happened? Oh, my hand tracking doesn't work anymore. Weird. That was on my end. This. Oh, okay, it's working again. Aerodynamic propeller? Hmm. Oh, wait. Can I add more? Like, if I use this? It seems like a lot of, like, different hinges that I can put things on. Oh my god. This one should be longer. And then we need a bit of a jaw down here. And then now we need body weight below. Oh, how does this thing gonna work? Like, how is it gonna... Oh! Hot air balloon. Oh shit, it's two. Well, not anymore. Can I put it somewhere? I mean, it's too spiky. I don't think I can fit this anywhere. This looks brilliant. I just saw the wings. I was like, should be able to make something like this, I guess. Oh, get it? Oh! I mean, my number one concern would be, is this thing gonna fly? Oh, it's too heavy in the front. Oh, why is this so... Oh, why is this one like... Why is this one bright? Adjustable buoyancy? What's a buoyancy? Rebuild mode, disable bounding box, prevents level progression. Oh, I mean, then this one is probably like afterwards. How do I adjust buoyancy? Flying block. O to fly? Oh, wait, that looks wrong. Wait, no. Oh, this game gave me too much power. God damn it. Well, I had to do it now. Oh, shit. Oh. Fly. 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 It's doing something. I mean, in front it's definitely too heavy because of all these things. I need... Oh, wait. Wasn't there like a small wheel that I can use? This one. So if I put one here, and then I can actually go forward, I think? Maybe one at the balls. Mmm. Oh. Maybe multiple wheels? Oh. Go. Go. A powered cog. Balloon. Didn't learn how wheels work and made a flying death thing instead. Unlimited power. Maybe I need powered wheel instead. So maybe what I can do? It's not gonna look too much like a dragon, I feel like. I mean, this is the best. This is as best I can do for now, anyway. Powered wheel. Oh, powered large wheel, maybe. This one. Yeah. Looks so silly. Maybe we need to change the balls to like whales instead. That actually looks kind of cool. Go. Oh wait, no. Go. Woo! Get dragon, bitch. Hell yeah. Press R before placing a block to rotate it. Oh, thank you, game. You should have told me earlier. Oh wait, is that flamethrower? Oh, bruh. Why to ignite? Wheels work? Wheels work? Fire! Fire! Oh, dude, oh my god, this game is so cool. I can make a sort of dragon thing. That wings is so good. Steering hinges makes your vehicle steerable. Oh, I need that. Okay. So we delete this one out. We need steering hinges here, so that we can put the wheel. I guess I should put one here as well. We're gonna exchange the balls for wheels instead. As much as I love balls, I don't know if balls is gonna help here. Wait, I can put wings on wings? Oh, this is so cool. I guess panel on panel? I feel like I want more. You know, I have this yearning of making a bigger dragon. So what if I add this one and then add this one instead? Intersection on where? On the bounding box? Crap. Nice, nice. What would be the best for eyes? Heat resistance plus pierce resistance? Automation? Oh my god, what the fuck are these? Camera block? Remote grenade? You're telling me there's a remote grenade in medieval era? Ooh, wait, I can make a water dragon. Oh, guess not. Vacuum block. Only one shot, shoots if heated. Oh, metal jaw? And I think flamethrower work best. Yeah. I think I want to change the keybinds on this. Is this settings? God. Are those bombs that I'm supposed to... Oh. Oh! Okay, yeah, they are bombs. So what am I supposed to do? Reach insignia. Oh, I mean, do I even need to go through the middle? You know, I could just fly over to the side. Sorry. Come on, we're so close. There, see? We don't need to do anything. The little balloon just pops if reversed. Ah, yeah, I know, right? Put your machine on the ground. Oh, wait, I think that's better? Question mark? I feel I want this little block here. Okay. I mean, I guess it's a bit of a dragon? Question mark? I mean, I wanted balls, but I cannot have balls because the balls cannot wheel. The balls cannot wheel. Small torch? How do you work? Oh, he just burned. Oh wait, it's heat resistant. Wait, so this is okay. So now we have a dragon. With burning eyes. Hmm. Right, the metal plate is heat resistant. Alright, don't burn yourself now. I don't. Okay, yeah, no. I thought the metal is heat resistant. Holder? 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 So you can hold. Oh! How do I fire it? I don't know, but that looks cool. I think we need more balloon. Oh. Nah, asshole. God win contesting every Joachim, Hugh, and Robin? Oh, am I supposed to like get them without me dying? I guess I need one. Explosive rocket? T to launch? Whoa! Wait, eat dragon! Yeah, put here, put here. No, wait. We don't need the... Oh my god, eat dragon! T to launch, okay. Alright, eat shit. And then, oh, I have to go in? But there's a bomb there. What? Something fell off? Something fell off. I think the holder is too heavy, question mark? The holder with the boulder? Okay, maybe not. We just get balloons instead. Angular momentum can be used to apply lift and thrust to weighty objects. Then these can then transfer immense kinetic force to a target. Or to put it simply, Wang jangle the fucking rock and fling it to cause hurdy-hurdy. That sounds good. Mini dragon on dragon. Mini dragon on dragon. So what I had in mind is to... oh, I need more space. Let me go free build mode real quick. I want to try something. To extend? Extend the piston while building when hovering over it? Decoupler? Why do I feel like this game is even more... It's a lot harder than Screwdriver. Oh, so do I need a hinge that goes up? And then I need a block. Longer block. And then if I put a holder on top, and I put a bottle on here, and then if I put a cannon oh, it needs to be higher. I'm gonna shoot up. No big deal. We can just do this, and then with the hinge that goes up. 2 log blocks. 1 holder. 1 spike ball. Spike ball sounds good. Or not. Okay. Now we can use the cannon. C to ignite only 1 shot. So if I it's not enough power. Maybe you need... Oh wait, that's shorter. Wait, what's the button? C, okay. How does catapult work? It's alright. I'm gonna go back to what I had. I mean, the dragon mobile is kind of working. So I'm gonna do this again. It was the wing panel. I need to shoot the cannon. So T to launch. You missed. Did you just fall off? Wait, so you're telling me that I can add more cannon on top of cannon? Sir, you're giving me too much power. T to launch immediately. Oh, feels good. And then Y to ignite. Here comes a dragon. Go up, come on, we're so close. Oh, give 70% of everybody. Oh, even at the side. I mean, what if, right? What if this dragon can spit fire on the side as well? And even on the whales. So T and Y, right? Fire! Die. Oh. Oh my god. We conquered it. Uh-oh. How do you want me to add a piston? Steal and deliver 2 iron ore. Oh, wow, there's a mission to this. Dagon destroying. I mean, I love this. Can I add more? Why do we fire flaming ball like? Or like bomb? No? I feel I should be able to add something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna work. Ooh. Okay, good. Actually, I kinda want to erase this one. This is the only block able to destroy brick? Oh, I need more space. Oh! Try to speed faster than is sensible. What did I do? Oh, it's not connected. Oh my god. So I need to connect them, question mark? And then put bombs on? No, it's too tall. Alright, this is gonna be perfect, I'm telling you. Holy shit, Tara, I'm actually really enjoying Wolfenstein The New Order. Ooh, that's good. How goes... Oh. Okay, this is gonna be the perfect one. Yep. You're not connected! What do you mean? I didn't want to be connected. Fine, I'll just do the basic of launching dragons, I guess. I mean, I get triple the dragon amount, so... Menacing. Very menacing. That one person died. Okay, so I'm gonna do what the game tells me to do, and the piston. Buy 2 piston. Suspension. Oh, piston. Piston while breathing while hovering to extend. Select the key mapper tool. Select the piston. Hover the current key and press any key to replace it. What does that do? I wonder if this is gonna be TOS. Uh-oh. Why? Okay, that thing's key. I'm keeping that one. Oh fuck. Alright, okay. Cool. Very cool. So I didn't know I can, need some wine out first, so I can numb things. Steal and deliver 2 iron ore. How am I supposed to steal and deliver? Am I stealing it? Oh. Oh. Oh, look at the dragon mobile. It's drifting somehow. Whee! Destroy that. I mean, that's not hard, isn't it? Complete a campaign level under 2 seconds. Thanks, game. Thanks for the achievement. That made me feel very achieved. Use explosives to destroy 40%. I mean, what? I've been doing it. Nothing can stand against my dragon mobile. Midlands encampment. Destroy 90% of everything. Well, oh, they have a cannon. Oh god. Yeah, fuck you. Fire. Yeah, that's right. And then this. Haha. The dragon's too strong. Dragon's strong? Dragon's very strong, especially in the medieval era and also anytime, honestly. Liar Peak. Destroy 80% of this monument. Bet. Oh, it didn't work. Alright, time to drive up this thing. Oh, come on. Burn. Ah! No. No, dragon. I really feel like I can make this thing fly. Also, I forgot about the hidden function of this thing. Oh. Ta-da! Hidden function, no one knows. I love this game. Oh my god. Destroy 50% of tower. Bet. Let's go, dragon. Fire. I want to be able to launch things, to be honest, but I feel like the game doesn't allow me to build a lot of things because the bounty box is so small. Look at that. Steal and deliver 1 wood pile. Oh, I have to bring things up now? Was it a car penis? No, it's a dragon penis. Uh-oh. Whee! I made a dragon mobile. Whoa. More or less one. Get up, get up, get up. Don't be shy. I'm stuck, I'm stuck. So I guess I have to bring it. Oh, so how am I supposed to make something go up? Question mark? I can only sort of hump them. The stream is getting more sus as the time goes on. Also, hi Metal. Is there a thing that can attach, like stick something? Grabber. Grab anything it touches. So maybe I need this. Double grabber? Okay, now how do you work? Oh! The driving is not behaving as intended. Oh, I think the grabber is too low. I mean, the grabber is sort of sliding on the ground. What am I supposed to do? I need to put the grabber up so that they don't slide on the ground. Slider? Extend the piston while building or hovering over it? Lift direction when hovering over it. Price for all. Also, what do you mean by adjustable buoyancy? Like this? Oh! Oh, hi Evie. I guess two is fine. One. That's a strong dragon. Okay, let me drink. Oh, Evie, look. I made a dragon. Kind of. Kind of a dragon. See, honestly, what my initial goal My initial goal was to make this thing able to fly and look as much like a dragon as possible. Maybe I do need hot air balloon? Question mark. So, ooh. Oh! Oh! Hot air balloon? Wait, can I do it death from above? I mean, I can grab and then I can fly. Ooh! Oh my god, this is so sacrilege. That's not a Twacken. That doesn't look like a Twacken. Up. Oh! Down. Up. Down. Up. No. Down. Up. Down. 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 Oh, smooth landing. Wait, this is so cool. Okay, so it is possible. Wait, man. Oh, so these needed to be like at the maximum. And like maximum string length. Wait. Oh. Death from above? I can shoot from like above to below. Oh. This game is cool as fuck. Oh my god. So what I had in mind, let me get back to my... Put a grabber on the pistons underneath. Oh, yeah, okay. This one. This is so cursed. So what I was thinking is to make this one longer, right? So we can put a ballon here, I think. Here. I'm probably gonna get banned, I feel like. But I hope not. Whoa! Smooth landing. Why are you going the other way? I think I rotated it too much for the hinge. It's not exactly dragon-like at this point, but it's good enough. The front is too heavy. Oh, it's stuck. Uh oh. Okay, I think this is possible now. Oh. One's broken. Why did that one broke and not this one? Maybe behind here doesn't need hinge. I just need a working wheel. So oh, I grabbed two. It's kind of working, but this one breaks too easily. Man, I feel like Ixon will be so proud of me if he sees this one. This should be good. Up. Oh. Nice. Oh, the wood is too heavy. No. Up. Okay, I'm just gonna add this one in. Hi, Chashu. Look at that. Like a charm. How do I move forward? Oh, I have an idea. So I guess I need to keep the momentum. Move forward and then up, 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 up. Ah, I lose the momentum. It's okay, let's try again. This time we're gonna press it a lot earlier. Go, 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 go. Oh, oh, oh. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Oh, fuck. How do I fly forward? Oh, hey! we, if the game says yes, then yes it is. Solomon's flock. Kill 80% of all sheep? I guess we don't need grabbers though. Oh, Chashu, look at this. I have Draken Pipi. Oh, the Draken Pipi. And this one is just like driving around, killing ships, I guess. Oh, something is losing control. Damn, is something broke? Oh, the tree. Oh, did you grab the tree? Oh, I forgot to put away the grabber. I don't need grabber anymore. After reload page, Twitch video fucked off again. Twitch being Twitch, it sounds like. I mean, at least this one making a flying mobile is not too hard with the help of hot air balloons and stuff. Oh. Fly. Up. Up. Fly. Oh, 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 oh. Wait, that's how it works? Whoa. Wait, that's how flying. Oh, I found it. Oh my god. Make it toggle. Auto default pressure. That sounds good. I feel like the front is always too heavy. Maybe we could add something to the back. I mean... had a few too many beans. Front and back. And then fly. Oh, this is the coolest thing ever. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it's not exactly dragon-like, but close enough, I guess. Oh, no more fire. Poor sheeps, though. Why am I doing this? I mean, I'm a dragon. Well, I'm not a dragon, but the dragon mobile needs food, I guess. Fly. And then fly. You're flying the wrong way, though. Wait, go down, go down. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened. And God, your little giggle brought me so much joy that moment. I mean, flying. Dragon flying. Pass through area. Oh, you just want me to drive? I mean, the road might be a little bit too small for the dragon, but I guess we could. Go. Stop. Down. Oh! Up. Go. Down. Stop. Up. Where am I gonna go again? To the front, right? Yeah. Oh. Oh, they shot my balloon. So rude. Okay, at least it's still possible. Kind of. Come on. Ah! No! Oh, they're a little shit. I'm getting them. I'm bringing back my secret technique. Why drive we can fly? I know, right? We take those. We suddenly take those. Under the roll. We left my. Alright, my secret technique. Kage Bunchi no Jutsu. This one. Oh, hi Jade. Is this suddenly a vehicle? It is. Look at the dragon mobile. We made a scorpion mobile in Screwdriver, and now we have a dragon mobile. Don't know if this works. Only one way to find out. Yeah, get fucked. Stop. Down. Did I not touch that? There we go. It's a little bit hard to fly straight. This one. We just need to pass through that, and then we can. Fly. Oh wait, I'm supposed to fly on that way, not. Oh, oops. There's something's on fire. Uh oh. Wait, no. Ah. The flamethrower bad. Okay. It's kind of hard. Up, up. Oh no, careful. No, no, no. Oh. Hmm. I don't think that's how my mobile is supposed to look like. No, it's so hard. Okay, we're gonna go back, face a little bit to the right. There, and then we're gonna fly. Oh my god, that is perfect. Okay. It's kind of hard to turn this dragon. Where's my objective? Oh. Mmm, gentle touches. I'm waiting for the moment Kobo will have to mangle the Dragon Mobile for later missions. I hope not. Destroy 60% of everything? This is the easiest mission ever. Check this shit out. Whoop! Fire good. Island destroyed. Easy. Check out my Dragon Mobile. How Dragon Mobile gets very long legs. I'm not too sure if I can add legs to this because the bounding box is so small. Like I want to add so many things, but the game doesn't really allow me to because the bounding box is so small. So it's kind of sad really, but I'll see what I can do afterwards. Tobrin. Kill all knights. Go. Get fire. Whee! Heal. Uh-oh. Wait, my dragon mobile, it's falling apart. Fly. Ah! Oh, sorry. Oh, this one? Oh, hi Astro. Where's small brain? Is this big brain? But I'm small brain. Hope you're doing good, Astro. Oh, tall brain. Oh my god, the lightning noises. Maybe I can add more. The answer is always yes. Oh yeah, this is my jam. This is my dream come true. I can make things explode. Intersection? Oh, okay, yeah. Alright, this should be good. This should be good enough. Alright, brace you guys' eardrums. Ah! All good. Alright, as if nothing happened. Come on. Just a little bit more. I guess I have to aim this one first. Because now I cannot fly anymore. Alright. I'm gonna lower the... Is there no settings? Oh, thank you. It's probably SFX. It's still so fucking loud, holy shit. Oh, this time it destroyed it clean. And I'm on fire somehow. Why? Why am I on fire? Is it not SFX? Oh, is it block volume? Alright, sorry about you guys' eardrum. I gotta find which volume it is. It's a little bit more bearable, I think. Oh, something exploded my... something exploded myself. I think one of them went back. Sorry. Just lower the master volume, I guess. Nice. Got him. This is the strongest dragon mobile. This is the element of surprise. No one will know this. Kill 90% of flock. You got it, boss. Go. Go. Got him. I just stay the air. If it works, it works. We take those. Hope you're aware that to grab me, you also have to grab Jade's crotch. What? Oh, it's an airborne fight. Destroy 2 scout balloons. I guess I can do that. Oh, do I need aerodynamic to fly left and right? Question mark? Lift direction when hovering over it. F to invert? I mean, wing looks cool. It's too big. Oh, I haven't shown Jade the dragon pee-pee. Dragon pee-pee. Jade, look at this. I love the dragon mobile. Okay, time to fly this thing. Up, fly. Aerodynamic. How do you work? Stop. No. F. To invert. What does that mean? Am I flying the other way? Down. Got him. Got him. Oh my god, this is so tough. I mean, it's sort of flying. I don't know how it works. I'm confused, but hey, if it works, it works. Reach insignia. Oh, now I need to like drive. I mean, driving is not much of an issue, honestly. Explosion? Are those cows on bombs? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I panicked. Whoa! Ow! Do I need more speed? Is there a way to make it drive faster? I mean, cog in screwdriver is used to make things go faster, right? Does it apply to the same thing here? Mhm. What's the difference between steering block and a steering hinge? Actually, why not destroy two of these and just put a ballon here? Can I put two ballon? No. Up. Hey. Stop. Ah, see, you cannot reach me because I'm a dragon. How do I get down? Oh no, how do I stop them? Go. Go, 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 go. Ah! Maybe I just need more wheels. More powered wheels means that it's gonna be faster, right? What if I do this? Wait, wait, wait. I can put something in front of the wheel. So if I... Oh my god! It's so good. Uh-oh, wait, did the BP just change? Uh-oh. No, the BP got stuck. What the fuck? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh no, BP! Oh my god. Okay, maybe I do need one block here. What if I get one spinning block? Yeah. Wait, what if I get... Oh, goodness me. Oh boy. Wait. gonna happen? I'm not moving. I'm not doing anything. Oh, the spinning block is... the spinning block is spinning the wheels on its own. Right, okay. More wheels in the front. They can do that. Oh. What if I... Oh. It's not like a dragon, no. Okay, it's fine. I'm glad I don't need this. So I guess I just need more speed, right? So let's remove all of these. Oh, I just realized they're not the same length. How did I not realize they're not of the same length? Wait, are they the same length? No, they're not. What's different? I don't get it. Because 6 here, and then it... Huh? Oh, it's here, okay. My bad. It's me being a dum-dum. Okay, there we go. This amount of wheels, we're gonna be so fast. Go! steering is not enough. What if I had steering to the whole front wheel? Maybe? Go. Something's wrong here. Right, I didn't think about intersection problem. I mean, the speed is definitely there. Can we lift everything up and add many wheels underneath? I think there's this... I think that's a... yes question mark? But if we add wheels underneath, we cannot move. Or can we? Whoa! It's alive! It's still alive! Oh my god, the wheels are breakdancing! The wheels are still alive! Okay, maybe wheels and the wheels below might not be the good idea. I will make this dragon mobile work just as how I make the which one again? Make the scorpion mobile work. Oh. Okay, maybe not that many wheels, okay? We could do like a bit of a stabilization. That does mean that we are not able to fly, I feel like. Oh my god, I can... Okay, how much does it change? It is kind of stable now? I guess we don't need that much since we can really change the mass to like crazy amount of mass here. What if this thing cannot handle it? Let me try. What? It is not stable. Pew pew. Hello, Kobold. Oh my god, Kobold friend. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? Dead by Daylight? Oh, nice. I haven't played Dead by Daylight in a long time. I'm afraid to approach Dead by Daylight now, but I hope you had fun. Nick, thanks for the raid. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Might be a bit laggy, but it's okay. Welcome. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art on some Mondays. Welcome. Also, look at this. I have a dragon, well, sort of a dragon mobile, I think. I prepare your eardrums every time I start this one because dead. Also, I think it's too heavy here because my mobile looks really weird. But yeah, thanks for the raid again. If you need to do the post-stream cares and stuff, be sure to do those. Okay, so what I think is the weight is good. I'm gonna put weight. Oh, oops. Gonna put weight here. That does mean that we are not able to fly anymore because it's gonna be so heavy. Right? It's too old. What made it explode? The cow is still there. Oh. I mean, maybe this could work. It kind of works, I guess. Go. Oh. Fire. No. Did it not? Ooh. Okay, now we have a chance. Go. What do you mean? I touched it though. This is a bit of a problem. Everything in front of Dragon Mobile. Explosion. Repeating crossbow has 30 bolts. Wait, does that mean we can add like another layer of explosion? Oh god. Oh, intersection. You lucky? Oh, oh. Oh, I didn't put here. I mean, more explosions means it's good, right? I feel like at some point my PC is gonna crash from that. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to put my fire in front. Oh! Wait! No! Don't do it! Like... Oh! I mean, thing is, I cannot fly this one. Oh, this one is difficult. Like with my current mobile. Can I save this mobile? And load? Save machine? Feel like I can... Did it work? Oh, I can load machine. Oh, nice. So I can erase everything and make a smaller mobile? Destroy machine? This is so sad though. What if I make... I mean, we have dragon and now we need cobalt, right? So cobalt I think should be just this. This is the cobalt mobile. Oh, actually, just put... Oh my god, it is actually a Kobo mobile! Oh, I thought you almost tanked it. Wait, you tanked it? It's still moving! Kobo mobile! It's just wiggling. It didn't actually, like, destroy everything? Question mark? So I guess I do need, like, a... this. Yeah, Kobolt's stronger. Wait, I do need to... this. Why? Ah. Why would it just do that? Add a back wheel so you don't just spin in place. Oh, I need 4 wheels, not 2 wheels. Okay, check this. then, oh, and then we're gonna add. This is gonna be the most stable car ever. Go! Vroom. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Ah. Okay, maybe they need more space around the wheels. Fine. Oh. No, I can upgrade the. Uh-oh. Kobo is being ambitious again. Oh. What just happened? Bro. The self-destruct, oh my god. I mean, it's mega fast, what can I say? Is it not heavy enough in front? I got you, boss. There we go. They should be heavy enough for you. No! Oh my god. Go. It's too heavy, I cannot steer. Maybe this? Vroom. No, somehow it's slower now. Are they not spinning in the right direction? 6 fronts wheel would be cool. What if wheels everywhere? Oh, what? How did I put it up there? What the fuck? Oh! How did I put the wheels up there? Is it because I clicked too fast? The self-destruct. No. Any stabilization that I can make? What's a ball joint? What? What if I make things simpler? What? Oh my god. Wait, this is a lot harder. What if I add... Wait, that's gonna shoot myself. Oh! Maybe that's it. Maybe another row of wheels. This kobold is... I cannot contain him. This is a wild one. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Ah! Yeah, shooting is a great solution. Yeah, but we do need another set of wheels. What if we make a proper kobold mobile? 1, 2, bop. 1, 2, bop. 1, 2, bop. Cool, right? So we're probably gonna need more front weight because I don't want the car to just like float backwards. But what if I use something else? What if I use the ballon to make the car backwards not so heavy? Question mark. Oh, it's very stable. Kind of. Something's wiggling. Whoa. Something's wang dangling behind. Yo, it's so good. Well, that's not good because everything is falling. No. Bedtime for Dirk. Thanks for being lovely. Background noises always good. Have a good sleep, Deacon. Of course. I like dragon. Have good sleep. Kobo with 8 legs and many shooty things. It kind of works. But it's kind of wang dangling though. Maybe I need something in the middle to like make them stable. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Level. Have a wonderful EP. On a Sunday too. Hell yeah. Why are they not connected? Wait, why are they not connected? Why are they not connected? Is it because I didn't... Really? Maybe I have to remake all of these? Yeah, that looks connected. Oh, no. Hi, Druxus. Whoop. I didn't mean to press do it like that. Okay, maybe they're connected now. There we go. Oh my god, look how stable this thing is. Despite a little bit of jiggling, it's fine. Ooh. Look at the range of this thing. Oh my god, it's so good. Something is burning. No, why? I should bring Onigiri Sensei with me when I get crushed by dragons. What? Why would I say that? I mean, I would love to get crushed by dragons always. Nice. Got him. Oh, double? Quote 400? I don't think I have 400 quotes. Yet, anyway. Fire spreads so easily in this game. The merest touch of fire will set you on fire, even on a rainy day. Yes, go, finally! Yeah? Okay, all good. We did it. Whoa. Destroy freighter convoy. I want to find out how many quotes you have. Oh. I actually don't know. Not even 350? Oh, what? Okay, let me save this one. This is... Yes, the Dwaken is back. Why inside me that looks wrong? What? Oh, I think it's a glitched thing. Let's go Mobile. So I guess I need to fly. Oh, the front mast. I need to get rid of the front mast. Yeah, I think that's the front mast. Yeah. Okay, let's see this. Hi. I don't know how to control the flying. Oh! Uh-oh. I destroyed something. Oh, there's no milk command yet. What? Freezing frontier? Reach enough altitude to freeze your machine? What? I can freeze my machine? Do I need this to control left and right of wire flying? Question mark? Oh hey look, I can add more. I'm sure this is fine. Oh no, I burned myself. God damn it. Cadence of Hyrule. Oh. Go back, go back, go back. No, something keeps burning my own shit. Okay, there we go. 212 quotes. Oh, okay. Thank you. How do we add more? You use exclamation mark add quote without space. Okay, exclamation mark add quote and then space and then the quote you wanted to add. Usually that's how you add quote, if I remember correctly. Slam dunk? Oh, I got slam dunk instead. A milk command would be nice. I think I might be able to do that, yeah. Think you need to add bows? Oh, the repeating crossbow stuff? Or maybe we just need more flamethrower. Here, I'm gonna remove all these as much as I hate it. Wait. What? Oh, no one told me that. Wait, I can add stuff here? Wait, the wheels are OP. I can add so many things. We need a redeem that makes it smaller. Imagine mini tier. I actually don't know how to do that. I remember I was trying to figure out a squish command. But I'm not too sure how to do it. Wait, that means that I can add... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that looks menacing enough, right? Toonbolt got one? Yeah, I know Toonbolt has a squish. It's so cool though. Toonbolt even has a penta squish. Might be a way to manipulate the OBS sources? I don't know if StreamerBot is capable of doing. I mean, StreamerBot is most likely capable of doing that. I'm just not too sure how to do it. And I wonder if Toonbolt is using Mix It Up. Oh, is it too heavy? Why is there something on fire when I do that? I didn't do anything. Why are you on fire? No. I guess the crossbows are too heavy. I actually still don't know what this does. F to invert. Lift direction when hovering over it. What? Oh, get it. Guy. Yep. Shoot! Mama. Death from above. Death from above. Maybe the crossbow is not good enough. This is not. This is not. Oh, Oh! I got one! Can we drop flame balls on them? Oh, you're right. But how will I do... I mean, we have a... Oh, I forgot we have a pee-pee! I forgot about the dragon pee-pee. Oh, what if we launch something at them? Like an actual catapult, but I don't know how to make catapults. I honestly don't know what any of these does. Click and drag to draw spring between 2 points. Spring between 2 points? What does that do? Oh. Can I hold the ball like this? Maybe we need grabber. We can grab the balls instead? Yeah, press V to drop object. Yeah. So if you do this... and then we do another one? Oh wait, I can only control like all of them, right? Unless I can keybind them? Okay, I can keybind them. So another grabber, another boulder. I just hope that it's not too heavy. 2 boulders for now, right? We're gonna try it out. Fly. Oh yeah, the front's too heavy. So if we remove all these... That's not a dragon! Aww. It doesn't look like a dragon anymore. Fly. Is the boulder too heavy? Oh my god, yeah, the boulder is too heavy. Can I freeze my own structure? there was an achievement that it says that when I fly so high up that I can freeze my own structure. No? I guess not. So, problem. Boulder is too heavy. Boulder is too heavy. Not even 135武力， not even 7 ballon is not enough. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I still don't know how to fly left and right. Maybe I need do I need this to be steerable? So if I do this... And then fly? Oh, what happened? Try putting the spinny thing sideways. Oh, like not pointing horizontally, but pointing this way? I could try. Ooh, that looks kinda cool. No, I cannot do this anymore. It's gonna be too heavy in the front. Oh. Oh, the spinny things at the top. Oh! Oh, I can put so many... Oh! Wait, I can put so many things. So I need to keybind them, right? If I blow this way, it goes that way. So if I keybind... This one is to turn left. This one is to turn right. Help. Everything's not under control. Nope. Oh, we're going back. We're going back. Oh, wait. It's kind of working. Death from above? Whoop. No! Okay, so it is possible? We need more things to make it flow. Tell me more about your balls. What? But I don't have balls. Which quote say quote 281? I need to find that message. What's my quote 281? Wait, why I don't see quote 281? Hmm? Oh. But I don't have ball. I have a well, kobolds have something else, right? Not balls. Why don't use this instead? I'll use a ballon. Or no, I can put ballon on top of this. Why did the balloon just leave me? I cannot control it. My god. It's so hard to control it. Okay. Wait. Oh my god. Wait. Oh god. Go there. Oh. Death from above. It's so hard to control. Lizards have balls too, they're just internal. Really? I thought slits don't have them. Maybe? Feels like we need more sideways sideways control. Up, up, left, right, right. Oh, oh. Wow, flying is really difficult, isn't it? Oh my god. I'm just really trying here. Oh, 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 wait, no, 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 come back. Oh, oh, maybe, no, 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 wait, no, come back, come back. Oh, oh, oh my god, this is so painful. Let me go there. I just wanted to death from above. Death from above. Come on, dragon, you got this. What if I go for that one? What if I go for this one? Ooh! Wait, that was cool. Alright, come on, just one more, just one more. Yeah, come on, just one more. Thank you. Please, 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 please. Just one more. Ah! Oh my god, it keeps turning and it keeps spinning in the play in the door. Go, 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 go. No, 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 go, go, no. Ah! Is it blowing me away? I think that thing might be blowing me away. This is painful. Oh. Oh. Oh, got him. So how many do I need to destroy? Caw. Destroy. Okay, so all of them. That's tough. So I'll hit this one is V. We're gonna put this one as X. We need more balls. But it's gonna be so heavy. I could try fire one of them. But fire is so dangerous. What if we use cannon instead? Okay, we may have another death from above, question mark? So V, C, oh V, X, C, Z. You can adjust the power? Yo? How powerful are we talking about? Oh! Oh my god, it's so powerful! What if we aim upwards instead? Right? What if I aim upwards and shoot upwards? Wait, this one is V, X, V, X. C is good. That's it. Oh no! It's so powerful. Okay, maybe not shrapnel? What? Spin. Hi, Brekkie. Welcome. Brekkie, look, I have a dragon mobile. The dragon. I'm sure this is gonna be fine. Oh. Oh. Hey, maybe cannon works. Shrapnel just destroys everything. Hope you're doing good, Becky. Okay, the support is not enough here. Fair, fair. Hi, Swift. Thanks for the pet. Whoa. Why? Oh my god, it's so strong. I'm gonna save this dragon too, real quick, and then I want to try something. I want to try something. Can I just? Oh, we load cobalt. Okay, we load cobalt, and then we're gonna. I mean, we have all of these. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. I'm just trying something. I'm sure this is gonna go well, right? So we're gonna start from outside. And then in this one X. And this one is C. Oh, it's C, it's already the crossbow. I cannot have C. Q. What the fuck? Someone divided by 0, it seems. Why? Okay, maybe it's too heavy. Oh, creature. Oh shit. Maybe it's too heavy, yeah. What if I just give the enough support? What if I just add this instead? Okay, let's try again. I believe in strength in numbers because I'm a kobold. I don't even remember. So it's ZXVQR? Okay. There we go. Wait, maybe the physics gonna maybe they're gonna destroy the ship? No? Where did it fly out to? Oh god. Is drinking numbers like more shinies we have the better? I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, we know for a fact that crossbows is not enough. What about now? No, I don't believe it. Ooh, they're connected kind of weirdly. You might need to turn the power down on them. But maximum power. Wait, no. Oh shit. Check this out. Prepare to be amazed. Okay, we have a basic structure like this. We're gonna need some wheels. Alright. And then we're gonna oh, we need support though. No, we don't do this. Is this a Sino? Diamond, pearl, black and white, X and Y, yeah? Oh. I mean, it kind of works. So what if I, like, this is all C, right? What happens? We're gonna look at the difference between one with max power, one side with max power, one side with normal power. Oh, I mean, hell yeah. Don't think... Can I put wheels like this? Yes, I can. Oh, I forgot about the middle section that I need to like connect them. I think this is connected. Wait, no. And then... Oh, and this, I cannot put that one. So that I can put this. There. I mean, rinse and repeat, right? So we have like the front section. Over here is like all C already. We need X. We need Z. Right, of course. Which one? C is fine. X is... uh-huh. Oh. Flurry, hi. How goes? Been a while? Been a while. Hello. And doing pretty good, yeah. I'm gonna save this one for a little bit. So we are Kobo with Dragon 2. Now we need... This is Destroy. Destroy. Slight recoil problem? Nah. There's no such thing as a recoil problem. It just means there's not enough support. Oh, hi again, Nexus. Thanks for the pet. Okay, let's give it a try. So we can steer. Sort of. Okay, very, very nice. See. Oh no! We... I mean, it works. I killed something. Maybe we need the big wheels. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we need the big wheels. Hi, Ryuki. Oh, Besiege. Ran the castle and steal the shinies. I mean, the shinies are already mine. Hell yeah. They don't even stand a chance. Hope you're doing good, Ryuki. Oh yeah. Oh, Boom! No, go before you fly. Boom. Okay, what if I try my... Alright, yes. My Dragon 2. Alright, this is my... No, there's a recoil problem. Bracing and embracing is the solution. Only destroy. I'm still trying the death from above, but I cannot control the flight. It's kinda hard. Alright, up. Go, my dragon. Go, dragon, up. Oh wait, help. Oh, that's a very wild one. Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, B. Oh, was it no, nothing? Oh. Oh, we need to go down. Wow. Hell yeah. This is the pinnacle of Kobo Engineering. Help. Oh, wait. Why are you so hard to control? Okay. They're from both. Nah. Wait, something fall down as well. Oh my god. Have you heard of the Cobalt Cannon, the masterpiece of engineering? Not really. Maybe I need to do that. And being manned by a Cobalt girl artificer. Ooh. I mean, Cobalt Engineering? Hell yeah. No, I'm still gonna go with my... Kobo might work. But, I mean, we have Dragon the First. we can destroy our eardrums. Oh hell yeah. Oh. No, actually I believe in this story. It shoots kobolds out of the cannon. Why it's called the Kobo Cannon? It's hella cute and amazing, the lore behind it. Oh, there's actual lore behind the Kobold Cannon? I actually didn't know about that. Is it like a D&D thing? Kobold Cannon is the best? Sounds like a D&D stuff. The wheel. Man, do I have to put everything at 1? It's no fun. Oh, some of them is at 1? And if the comic that comes with it, send the link of the video on this, you can watch later. It's not canon, it's the Kobo canon. Canon. I'll definitely give it a read afterwards. Okay, everything's at 1. Boom, boom, boom. It's not bad. Right, so maybe now we can try. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Okay, that's our first pass. Ooh. I can move. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe the steering needs more space. Yeah, the steering needs more space. How about this? No! fucking shit! Go, go, go. Oh. How much a life huggable and squishable to the fire Kobo from the cannon? Depends which version of it. How many versions are there? 3, I believe, maybe 4. What? There's so many versions of Kobo Cannon? Is canon or canon? That thing doesn't stick somehow. Do you need... What this? Contractable spring? Would they connect? No. What? Why you not connect? Look, wait for a second and hear, oh no, sheep, and see the contractor on fire. Where did I get those sheep? Where did I supply get my tech? A sheep bomb? I don't know. Sheep in war? Is this worms? Yep. Post it on the Discord. So we both. Okay, I'll watch it afterwards. There must be a way to make it feel a little bit more easily controllable? Question mark? See. Oh. Hey, that worked. You're fine, fine. Okay. We have V and we have X. Maybe I need a cannon that shoots front. Right? Are you Z? Okay, you're C. C, Z. And then VX, right? Yeah, X, V. Oh, right, of course, there's something in front. Maybe shooting up is the way to go? Oh. Oh. Eh? So there's two bomb ships. Well, what about this? I'm gonna need... I don't know about these actually. So let me try something else. Y'all got a ballon intersection. Oh crap. I mean, kind of works, I guess. So if I get this, my dragon mobile is too heavy. Dragon mobile too heavy. What if I remove some of the whales for now? I can add more here. Oh, it's a little bit easier now. It doesn't go forward anymore. Oh wait, go forward? Maybe we don't. I can keep this one, I think. If I want to go forward, what if I add it here? Right? Maybe? Nice. Nice. Oh. Oh, it's going the other. Oh, it's going the other way. No, wait, why would you go there? Why does it go the other way? Baba. I don't get it. Okay, idea. If this goes the other way, then... Right, we have go stand and then we have go to the front. Turn. Forward. Fly. Up. Go there. Forward. Back. Oh, it's flying downwards. Oh, because it's pointing down. What the fuck happened? Steve. Yep. Yeah, these things are pointing down. Yep. Maybe I need... Okay, how about this? We need this. Go. Fly. Up. 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 I'm sorry. Don't give up now. Up. Hey. Forward. 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 Oh. Oh. Go. No. Wait. Back. Out. Stop. What happened? What? No. Oh my god. What if... New stratagem? Okay. This one is already flown. Actually, what if we don't fly? Oh, it's not flown. It's because of the rocks. Okay, let me remove these. Sorry, the wrong button. Oh my god. There we go. And then we go to the front. See. Oh! The thing on the ground seems dangerous. Oh, god damn it! See, I did try building a helicopter with cannons. I mean, I already built a helicopter in screwdriver. It's a functioning one too. What if I don't just fly at all? What if I just remove all the hot air balloon? Right? And then we just add cannons instead? You need a smaller car? No. I need my dragon mobile to be as big as possible. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I was talking for a little bit. What's happening outside? Yeah, give me a second, I'll be right back. good. Looks like they just need some help on the heavy lifting and stuff. I mean, I don't think this is gonna... CJ X. Sorry? X. It's not bad. Okay. What Tira saw? I saw someone putting out laser. Hugs cushion pads cause I can. Of course. So there's 4, right? So we need... I feel like this is gonna be bad. I always love when something just falls down. I want more wings. Oh. Oh, hell yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. Can I reset orientation? Stretch and moisturize? Okay. Thank you. Where else can I put a cannon? I mean, that kind of war. Hi, Mert. Oh my god, there's another couple. and rolls? Oh my god. I have a rolling kobold on top of me, or like beside me. Hi, Mert. Hope you're doing good. Look, Mert, I made a dragon. Well, kind of a dragon, but dragon. Okay, now we need some self-defense thing. We need to get rid of the... Need more shotguns? There's shrapnel, does it count as shotgun? Shoots if heated. A booper must boop merp. Always boop merp. I'll be careful if I were you, Merp. We have 2 Steelers in chat tonight. Who's the second one? I mean, I know Jade is one. Perfect. Uru. It's nice. Nice. Alright, I'm cooking, I'm cooking. Ooh, I missed. Ooh. Oh god. You protect suspense her. I mean, it still kind of works. Never give up. Never give up. Go. Ooh. Yeah, look at all the rolls. Whoa, has tried to grab a lot of chatters today. Look at all the rolls. Always left a rolling cupboard. Okay, do we need a smaller vehicle? Is that it? Let me save. This will be my upgraded dragon tree. Let's try to make something like with the most efficiency. Like what can I come up with? What can I come up with? Something they can steer around, right? So obviously we need something that's very basic. A left-right steer, of course. But I'm doing this for more structural integrity, I think. More shotguns? I don't know if shrapnel will hit them. So I'm gonna assume one cannon's enough to destroy the whole. It will? Okay, one shrapnel. It's gonna be enough to destroy the thing. So what I had in mind is so each shot. Oh yeah, I need to destroy the sheep as well. I need to make sure it's very aligned. A strap that doesn't work. Or maybe if maybe shrapnel can be put at like power 4. It's too powerful. Okay, two. Any way to do something under the shotguns, maybe? Yeah, I was thinking about it, but don't know what to put. This one cannot be put down there. Suspension? How does suspension work? Is it suspension is to 缓冲, to lower the impact of a thing? So if I don't think that's how suspension work. Boo. I can just do stupid shit like this and I'll be entertained. I'll be entertained for like so long. Oh, fuck. The vehicle too fucking weak. Let me see if I can change this. For now, let me remake everything. I have a small idea. Hopefully that will work. So of course we're gonna reinforce everything. This is reinforced, right? Maybe we don't need to reinforce the side. Can I still build out of this? Oh, I cannot. Shit. What if? The reinforcement is no use. What? Oh, wait, no. What if suspension is what I think it is? If I use a suspension like this, is it gonna help? Yeah, no. I can't. I don't know why this is so entertaining to me, but I love this. More chunky? Make it more chunky? Why do I make it more chunky? I think it was canon. Hi, Fluffy. How long have you been in this level? Probably an hour. And I'm enjoying every single hour of this. And trying to draw a spring between 2 points. Is this gonna make the thing more stable? It looks stable? Question mark? Wait, I can still put things on top. What if we stack suspension? Stack suspension. Ooh. What if you put a suspension, then put an object on the suspension and then attach shotgun to object? Oh wait, let me try. So suspension first. And then object. And then cannon. And then maximum power. We need maximum power. Oh wait, single use. It does work. I mean, look at my car is fine. Yeah. Oh my god, you are a genius. Oh my god. Well, we know what to do now. So we're gonna put longer. Actually, no. We need to stack suspension. What if we put 2 suspensions like this, and then we put. And then we put. Oh. Fuck, something. Why is this funny to me? I don't get it. Fuck. Okay. Chill. It's not. It is funny though. What if you put a suspension then put it when on top of suspension then shotgun on the sides? On top of suspension, so shotguns on the side. So we don't need to put this, just put the thing. Maybe we just need more suspension. If you put shotguns closer to the suspension, there's less tension on the wood. All suspension? God damn. Hey, 2 suspensions it is. Oh my god, the suspension just falls off. Wait, I'm cooking. Oh! Oh shit! No! Oh! Oh god. Oh. Man, I thought oh crap, I thought I actually had a nice idea. There has to be a way to like lower the impact. Oh, sorry, give me a second. Let me save this real quick. This is gonna be a shotgun. Hey, I want to show you guys something. I have my dragon. Actually, I'm gonna show my dragon tree. Okay, look at this. This is my dragon mobile, right? There's a secret. Okay, we good. Could you fly with shotgun? Can you increase the force of springs? I'm not too sure. Oh wait. Oh my god, you're a G. What's damper? I'm just gonna up everything because I don't know what that means. Why is this so funny to me? I have an idea for this. Ooh. Idea? What if I put spring as 1, but maximum damper? I don't know what damper is. I'm just testing at this point. Don't know how to describe it now? Oh yeah, must be very difficult. Axle linkage? What is this? Oh! It's limpy. Can't find words. Never mind, playing too dumb. Words hard. Oh. Looks like a building at the top of the build zone. Is it? I guess I'm almost... Oh, I'm already at the top of the build zone. Maybe if I can touch the ground. More suspension? More suspension? More suspension? God damn it. Okay, that's the best we could do. No! Yay, penis. Oh, yeah, penis. No, this no penis. Oh! The first shot works. Wait until it stabilizes. No way! So what if I... it works. Oh my goodness, it actually works. Okay, maybe you can stabilize a little bit more here. So we do this. And now that we know there's like springs, I don't know if this is actually gonna help, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. And then we need crossbows. I can describe the problem now. Shotguns give too much tension to the side. Need more stability to the sides the shotgun are fired from. So essentially everywhere? Oh, sun is shining directly on my face. Give me a second. Let me fix this. It's too bright. -6 exposure. If it works, it works. Hi Derpy. Imagine your suspension is like a twig. If you bend the twig too much in the side, it breaks. The sun is gone. No, the sun is still here. So if I add weight to it? Question mark? Been a while? It's been a while. Hope you've been well. I mean, the first shot, the first shot is super stable though. Look at this. I think because of this, it stabilizes like. No. Oh, no way. Oh. Yeah, I guess more weight would do, question mark? Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh! No way, we found it! Nice, thank you, Metal. Because of the weight, it doesn't bend too much in one direction, sticks the weight together. Alright, let us try to finally destroy this fucking stage. Okay, we okay, all good. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Very stable. I love it. Still cute and another Rokom who lays eggs. Eh? Laying egg? Laying egg is definitely not my thing. Boom. Oh! Get shotgun, stupid. This is the brain of many kobolds together. This is the power of a murder of kobolds. Ah! I didn't see that thing. Fuck. Actually, maybe jump. Yeah, kobold do lay eggs, but I prefer not to. Then she was angry. Yeah, that she was mega angry. Nice, nice, nice. the wang dangling. It's a wang dangle. Oh. And I should pan back the camera before doing that. I cannot see the satisfaction of 1 hour of work here. Sorry. God damn it, I pressed the wrong button. I need 4 shots. Wobble shotgun. Hell yeah, we love shotguns. Okay. I think this is lined up. And... Oh! Oh! No! What the fuck? It's okay. The dream lives on. Keep going. The dream lives on. Go! Wait, no. Nice, 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 nice. The guy's just crawling. Okay, things line up pretty well. And... Oh! No! Ah! Ooh! Ah! Ee. Wait. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Is it? No! Don't give up! Back. What would you do if you were the last female kobold in existence? But kobolds are kobold. Kobold. A kobold can adjust, right? Ask the other kobolds to adjust. Kobolds can change their physical gender over the course of a couple months. Yeah, kobold. We are kobolds. We don't need to be afraid of being the last.
Yep.
Yep.
Yark.
Oh, the yips. Yip.
Yep.
Yip.
Ooh, shiny.
Yip. Yip.
Yip yip. Yip
Ooh,
yip.
shiny.
Yip. 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 Yip.
Yep.
Yip. Yip.
Sugidio Maiwa.
Yep.
Yip. 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 Yip.
Toryu.
Yip yip. Yip yip.
Yip. Yip. Please be stable as fuck. That's all I'm asking, come on. We love yippin'. Yippin' good. Okay. Whoa, holy shit. It feels like it's shooting nothing. I can't even. Whoa. That is the stablest car I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at this. This is crazy good. I pressed some goddamn fun. Eh. Eh. Go back. Run from the blades. Nice shotgun, good. I know shotgun's pretty good. Okay, we just need to be careful of the debris that happens afterwards. Oh, there's another one. I didn't see it. Fuck. I think the thing is here. I mean, it's a shotgun. It's not gonna miss. Hell yeah. We love shotgun. Okay, so that's two, and then we have one breakdancing fan blade. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. What am I getting stuck on? Oh, rock. Okay. It's okay. Rock's friend. Oh, wait, there's another one. It is so stable. It's beyond my comprehension. Got him. Oh,
Konnichiwa yo.
that scared me so much. Looting forever. Shotgun element ammo with such a shotgun I can loot all the shinies I want. I know, right? It's so good. Best shotgun, unlimited ammo. Hi, Tinkter. Thanks for the 100 gems. Oh my god. Loot. Okay, look at this wang dangle of a vehicle. Yeah. Run! Okay, two more. Just two more. Alright. That's very far away, isn't it? Oh, nice. We care not if it's far away. We only care that the shotgun can shoot as far as possible. Last one, baby. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my god! After 1.5 hours of me just fucking around everything. Yeah. Anti-aircraft destroy the Duke's freighters without flying blocks. Oh. Yo, that's a nice. Only 4.4% have this. Shotgun reign supreme. Shotgun reign supreme. I'm so good. We conquered the zone. As much as I like the dragon mobile, I love the shotgun mobile even more. Yeah, we need forward-facing shotguns. I was just thinking the same thing. But if it's forward-facing, we can make a lot. We can get a lot more. It's too high up. It's not funny, god fucking damn it. Why is it so fucking funny to me? God damn it. A vehicle too weak for this? You know, maybe you're right. We're gonna remove everything here. I gotta remake something, or at least remake the one down here. What if I make everything using... I feel like this is going to work so well. I feel like my brain just expanded beyond comprehension. I feel like I'm not a kobold anymore. I feel like I'm a extra knowledgeable kobold. Maybe I'm still a kobold. Oh, I can copy this and then just like paste. Rock car. A rock car. This is going to take a while. the longer the longer I'm doing this, I cannot hold back my laughter. Subconsciously, I think this is not going to work. But my Kobo brain tells me that no, it's going to work. the longer the longer I do this, I cannot hold back my laughter. Oh my god. I can't. Oh, okay, chill. It's it's fine. It's not fun. I mean, it is kind of funny. Oh wait, I actually have a counterplay to this. We gotta make sure that the thing stays on, right? Kobo is being ambitious again. But then again, this might actually work. Everything just falls down. I killed someone. Oh shit. Oh my god, this game is so good. That's kind of what I'm expecting, honestly. I mean, try driving it. Oh. Oh, some of them are not like... Some of them are not sticking together. It's so heavy, this is gonna... I can't. Oh my god. Oh, breathe. Everything's fine. Oh! I mean, we have springs. Okay, how about this? I have a small idea. We can use small wheels instead. I love games like this sometimes, it's so good. Oh! I mean... I mean... Hey, that's pretty good. It's Surge High. Remember that vehicle from way earlier that just blasted everything instantly? New reinforcing idea? I mean, I can try, yeah. Simple rope plus winch. Click and drag to draw a rope between 2 points. So is this what I need instead of the spring? Let me try that. Man, I cannot believe this is like the best game ever. What do you do? No, oh my god. I don't know anymore. Winch poles? Try making ribs on top, facing sideways? Ribs? How do I make rib? What's a rib? I mean, I know what rib is, but... Rib?
Yip yip.
Wait. Wait. Before you fix the shotgun issue, I think I have an idea for this. What if I use grabbers instead? Oh wait, no. Go back. This one needs to be... This will still not work, I'm afraid. Shotgun on a twig. Shotgun on a 2-week twig. It's okay. I can try to reinforce the twig afterwards. This one I'm gonna make. I want to make this Kobo mobile works. Look, I made helicopter and screwdriver. I made a dragon just. I want to make something sacrilegious. Something that will make me think that, oh my god, that's a fucking vehicle? Okay. swivel joint? The crunch. I can't. Oh fuck! It's not funny. Oh, the shit like this just makes me laugh like there's no tomorrow. What does this do? The crunch. Oh, fuck. Every second round is 2 blocks high. That's how pallets work. What? Two blocks high? Oh, I forgot about spinning block. Every time I hear the crunch, I can't. Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck. It's just a crunch. Oh fuck. Heinzen, hi. Imagine ripped chips and try making one. What is a ripped chips? Apanya? Okay, let me try to search for it. Ripped chips. This one? That's a ripped chips. You mean Ruffles? Ruffles? No. Oh, hi Dex. Looks like a high crash in PNG. Oh, hi again, Ryuki. Oh my stomach hurts. Or pallets, they're super reinforced. Pallets. Oh, 这个是 pallet 啊！哦 ，no 拿係啊咁細。做这中间一条线，全部横线。I guess. Hope I didn't eat something better. Yeah. Oh, it's all good. Numb the horn. I don't want my horns be numbed. You got the point. But I want to make something sacrilegious. I can. God damn it! It's. I can't breathe. Oh my god. Why is it so funny? I fuck. Oh shit. I Oh fuck. Oh shit. Okay, I'm back. I need to go close the curtains. The sun was shining directly in my face and I don't like it. Please add one flamethrower to the back, it would be so cool. Oh! I got a silly idea. Ooh, how did you turn from wow, this works to this is an amalgamation of wicked thoughts from oh, thanks for the pet, Nexus. Also, hi again. No wheels on the sidebar, wheels only on the front and back. What if I make what? I mean, I want to say I want to make them fly, but it's impossible with this way. Do you want the big ones or the small ones? Wait. Oh, you only get the small ones. Is this what you mean? Hi, Sim. Supportive Wiggles. I've been supported. What's the biggest Kobo creation I've ever made? Okay, let me save this one real quick. This is... Oh, I forgot the I forgot to save the shotgun before I fuck it up. Oh, I mean, the shotgun is not too hard to make. It's okay. Track. No, that sounds wrong. I mean, oh, EEA sounds wrong. Good. We have we have destroy. And then we have the dragon, the first version, which is to blow the eardrum. And maybe it will crush my PC at some point. And then you can fly. Whee! Yeah, it's perfect. So this is my Dragon Mobile. It also has... Oh yeah, let me introduce you. Oh, everything, no! I was about to say I have like nom noms here. See the nom noms here? Yeah, that's the nom noms. And then you have flamethrower. Oh yeah, the flamethrower is at the back. You know, you eat too much beans or too much spicy food, that happens. Yeah, that's about it. Have hugs as well. Oh my god, hugs! Dragon proof this device, thank you. Without Kobo Engineering. And then we have Dragon number 2. This is... I tried to make it actually fly. And then you can dive from above. How do I make this work again? So, up. And then... Oh. Oh, dive from above. Yeah, something like that. and then I can fly. And I can go. Oh, it's a little bit hard to control, but hey, it's a dragon. Dragon with 2 big balls. Hell yeah. Yeah, it does fly. So yeah, this is the Dragon Mobile. And then we have Dragon Mobile the 3rd. I forgot what this is for. I think this is just like a enhanced version of the second version. I think it flies a little bit more stably and also cannon. That's it? I mean, it flies kind of the same. Oh, I loaded the second. Oh, sorry. Oh, third one. Yeah, third one is not flying. Third one is anti-aircraft with a bunch of... Dova, hey. Welcome, a Jedi Master. Hi. Hi, Dova. Hi, Shai.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome.
And welcome.
I almost never get to rate you. You're almost always shy doing it. I mean, I appreciate the rate if you can, but if you cannot, I appreciate the thought. Thank you all. What were you playing? Welcome, welcome. I'm very dumb right now. I don't know what I'm doing. Ark Survival Ascended? Ooh. I love Ark Survival. Might be very controversial take, but I do love Ark Survival. I have almost 1k hour on it. It's fun. But I hope you had fun. Welcome in, Raiders. Ark is my cozy game. Ark is good. What do you mean? Yeah, Ark is pretty good. But also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art on some Monday. Also, yeah, I think I saw what's that grabber doing under there? Yeah, that's the secret, isn't it? Here, let me show you. Every dragon mobile has a don't worry about it. So my stomach hurts playing this game. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, breathe. And then we have a kobold. This one is pretty basic. This one is like I try to make it as efficient as possible. So we have crossbows and shit, and you can actually drive this pretty well because it's kobold. It's pretty nice. A lack of explosion, sadly, but it is kobold. There is such a adorable kobold, always make Derek smile. Wow. Just under 3k hours on Ark Survival Evolve and almost 300 so far on ASA. I want to play a standard, but I feel like it's too expensive for me. I think it's like 100 something. Yeah, 144. Even on the discount. Yeah, holy. The original price is 215 ringgit. Apanya? Tak boleh macam ini. Saya tak boleh beli ini. Mahal sangat. 买不起呀. But yeah, the game looks great. And I feel like even if I buy this game, my PC will actually just explode. So yeah, this is all the creations I have. And we have I don't know why the crack always cracks me up. Oh my god. Okay. Woo, woo. Okay. Oh god. Oh shit. So yeah, this is all my creations I have today. I also have like some creations in Screwdriver, the game, which is pretty fun. I like Screwdriver. Let me try shotgun again, okay? So at least we know how to do this now. Sound like chips. I mean, it kinda does when you bite into it. I'm in love with the new Cosmo jumping spider. There's a jumping spider in Ark Survival. Oh god. I mean, I'm afraid of spooters. Okay. Essentially, the idea is We need stronger. Doing some engineering. Hi, Toys R Us. Yeah, doing some engineering. Gonna go dematerialize now. Hope you have a great time with Kobo Engineering. Yeah. Thank you, Nexus. Whatever you are doing, good luck with that. Heck yeah. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for pip. Chilling stuff? I mean, it's not that chill when I'm being stupid like this. I do enjoy playing games like this sometimes. Piston to extend the piston while building when hovering over it. Who needs piston? So we're gonna put our shotguns first. Oh, I thought I can do it. Little guy that runs up to you in aberration and lights up, and chittering happily, feel the chitin and you begin the taming process in which it will run away and start a game of red light, green light with you. Once tamed, it's a shoulder pad that will shoot projectiles, throwing webs at your enemies and give them inventory item, which when used on hotbar swaps it to your wrist, allowing you to Spider-Man swing shoot. Oh, that's kinda cute. Okay. Okay, we good. Whew. What's a brace? Draw a brace between 2 points? Is that like more reinforce? Oh! Wait, no way! Is this what I need all along? I don't know what this is, but putting more things is good, right? Maybe not in the middle? Question mark? Somehow I cannot really push it. Put it in the middle. It's okay. We're just gonna brace this one. Okay. All good. Woo. So we need something to stabilize that, right? Now it comes weight. Wait, where? I can just put it like that? How did I do that? Oh my god. I feel like maybe not on top. Yeah, let's erase this. We don't want that. Just how it falls apart when used made me want to. Yeah, same. Ooh, look at that. Now I just need a stable as fuck car. I mean, similar concept to the crack. But this time... this time it's not gonna crack, I feel like. This time I don't... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna crack. Like, I'm having so much fun with this, it's crazy. It's almost like the first time I'm playing Screwdriver as well. I don't know why my brain can think of so many jank. It's just so much fun to build jank like these. Needs more Kobo. Yeah. I love what you build. If you fire all the guns and it doesn't crack, I'll make you happy. Oh, Kobo's gonna make me happy. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna try my best anyway. I can build over them. I mean, it should be at least a little bit more stable, question mark? Oh. Oh. No. I mean, at least the bottom part is pretty stable now. Like, my car would not flip over, so that's one step ahead. Quick, morale before sleep. Yep. I can only yip. I don't know how to make now. Hi, Tiger. I have this, but I don't know how well this works, question mark? I'm gonna try to... know if this is good or not. Oh? Wait, it's something. You add a 45-degree angle stabilization thingy from the top of the rear end of the vehicle. Brace behind. Hi Tiara, hi Tiger. Hope tonight's been going well for you. Yeah, it's going pretty well for me. Hope you're doing well. Hi Suri, engineer Kobo. Yeah. Sometimes I love being an engineer. Do the same thing but behind, since the recoil goes backwards. Brace behind. This should work. Oh! 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 That's something! I don't think I made them... Okay, they're maximum. Good. Oh, I forgot to make the maximum. Yeah, that was almost working. It's kind of working. I just need to have more reinforcements, I think. The skeleton and the shotgun stand are too fragile. Then... Yeah, it's only like one, right? Maybe? Oh! Oh! I grew! Wait! I grew! Wait, it actually works! I mean, something's still possible. Dampen cannons with suspension. Oh! So I just need harder spring? Question mark? of works. It kind of works. It kind of works. Maybe I need to add more brace. This is the most complex thing I ever done. Is it here? Me going to lunch is Lucky Schmirky? Okay. Have a good lurk and have a good lunch, Mer. Man, this is like so stable. The brace too falls off. Okay, maybe we don't need to brace forward because I feel like they're just making the visual clunky. Let me try removing them and see how it goes. Hey, I mean, it kind of works. Only the braces between between suspension and falling off. I don't think they're doing much. Like the braces here. I guess I'll keep it. Kinda want more shotgun. I'm saving this one. This is shotgun upgrade. Wait a minute. Oh! Oh my goodness. Kinda works. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty stable. Can I add more? How would this work? Let me try one. Okay. Add the extra cannon backward to see if it balances out. Extra cannons backwards. Like what I'm doing here? I'm gonna do this like these are all one shot. So that I can shoot the one in front. Right, my idea is, you know, shoot all the one, shoot here, and then shoot here, and then boom. The ones you added before that roll on the main stack of cannon. Oh, you mean these ones? Oh my god, I have more idea. This is gonna be one hell of a beast. I think the whole thing fall apart is funny. It kinda does. Oh, those ones. Double suspension cannons. Yep. I'm gonna try just adding more cannon. I don't care if these fall apart, honestly. All I want is the firepower. So here, and then this is all T. I can read everything Kobo Commander and unifying everything. Yep. That's easy. Guess we can put F. And I can still shoot the one in front. Oh hell yeah. Okay, so we shoot from the back, the rear, the most rear row first, and then we can shoot the one in front one by one. Oh my god, it's perfect. Yes, the power. I need it. Copy this one. Then copy this one. This disposable cannons. So we start from G to F to T, and then we shoot the one in front. Okay. G, F, T, and then. Oh my god, it kind of works. My vehicle is barely standing. But hey, look, it's still drivable. Crazy, right? If only we can have more firepower. Yeah, I can still move, right? This design is impeccable. I still love my blowing the eardrums strategy. Can I change things? Flight duration first, explosive charge. Is this like the explosion? Ooh. Oh wait, there's already T. So I need one. We can attach to wheel. We can attach the wheel. I can change explosion color. This is what I need to do for the for the Kobo Engineering. It's never easy, but it's so worth it. The real flamethrower, I can try. Because it's like a bunch of places that you can stick to the stick the flamethrower. Let me show you afterwards. Oh, that's so good! Again. It's different color. Okay. So flamethrower, we have a bunch of places that we can place. So 5 points here, and some points here you can put as well. But these can only like put sideways, so I mean, why not, right? This is the machine of destruction. Who has the budget to make all of these? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be parameters to make this way stronger. Range? And then why? oh god. Verb. Verb. And then wait, what's the G? F? G, F, and then T, I think? Yeah, and then just all the boop, 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 boop. And then the car can still move. Look at this. Well, sort of. This is amazing. I know, right? I mean, especially the first initial explosion. How else can I add more? I mean, of course, more explosion. It's probably gonna crash the game, but let me save again, and I'm gonna add it to be like this. Okay. Only this part, so the rest I'm just gonna like add. I'm on my way trying to destroy my PC. Done. Look at that. It's perfect. Oh wait, I need to change all of them to 1. Oh man, because I have this set to T. I'd rather change this to something else. Which one is T? Yeah, T is this one, so unfortunate. Let's change it to... So I need to press 1 and T, right? So 1 and T. These are all... Let's do 2. More than Cook's PC. Big more of rockets, I approve. More of death, we love those. Alright, also blows your eardrum, so be careful. Oh. Gosh, and I love that PowerPoint slideshow. And now we can do G, F, 2, boop, 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 boop. Right, it's the perfect shotgun thing, and the car still works, I believe. Oh yeah, and the flamethrower. Die. Die. Ah! No! Fireman! But yeah, this is the perfect automobile. It not loud? Oh, nice. Okay, good. Let me check the feedback. Kind of. What did I get? Defeat 1,000 AI units. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. So now we just need a grabber in front. So we can grab that crystal and put it here. Alright? I think, you know, out of all the things that I made today, I think the most proud thing that I made is the dragon PP. Oh crap. Okay. There. The dragon PP. See. Whee! And G. And a F. And a 2. And a bunch of poo, 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 poo. Where's the crystal? Oh, I didn't even hurt the crystal. Alright, let's try again. Take 2. Alright, explosion! There we go. We got the crystal in PowerPoint slideshow. Okay, let's drive this. Beautiful. The flamethrower is just going down slowly. And then G, F, 2. Alright, let me just grab this. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Wait, did my grabber fall off? No, my grabber is there. Oh, you grabbed something else. My shame. You know, the car is a bit of a worse for wear, but it works. Look at that. Okay, maybe I need to like turn around like this. Uh-oh. It's out of control now. Wow, we were so close. Oh, oh, maybe? Come on, come on. Don't edge me like this, come on. Ah! No! Yeah, easy. Block use 543. GF2. GF2. And then T. Wait, no, no more T. We did it after... Is that 2 hours? No, right? I'm gonna assume that's minutes. Farmer Gascoigne. Cut down 90% of crops. Oh, say no more, king. Alright, here we go. First shot. G. F. 2. Oh, the shotgun doesn't really work here. I just need to drive through them. Boo. I guess flamethrower works here. Why did it just explode? No. Me back from lunchies. Welcome back, man. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. Also, look, I can have a lot of shotguns now. Look at this. I mean, my car was still kind of stand after shooting all of these. So, G. F. 2. And then the bunch in front. The bunch in front, I can just like... And I have a flamethrower. A flamethrower is very dangerous. It would be like my last resort because it would just destroy my whole thing. I had your favorite dish, chicken curry with rice. Oh hell yeah, curry sounds so good. I haven't had a good curry in a while. Maybe I should find it tonight. Shotgunception, I'm so proud of you. Oh my god. Thank you, man. Also, if you don't know, like there is multiple different colors explosion for this. I don't know if this destroys the bitrate, but they all have like different explosion color. The perfect vehicle was made. Hell yeah. So we don't need to shotgun this one, we just need to run over the crops. Rainbow rockets? Kind of. So if you notice over there, afterwards, once it explodes, you will see like multiple different color. Not very obvious, but it's there. Yeah. A little bit, a little bit. Get him! The gay blast! Get gayed. You gay, you gay. Are they destroying my vehicle? Sacrilege. Alright, let me just run over your crops casually. Oh yeah? GF2! Come on, we're almost there. I think we just need to destroy this, I once saw a YouTube video where someone built a single vehicle that could handle all zones. That's actually very fucking amazing. I cannot even do that. Even though I'm pretty much just memeing around. I'm just doing a bit of a funny haha joke. Fine. The crops regrow. Weird. Alright, we need our G. Nice, nice. So close. Nice, Ichi. I'm gonna go for now, do my own streamy streams. Bye bye. Okay. Have a wonderful stream, man. Thanks for hanging around. I had the card that makes the funny sound. Oh yeah, that was so good. Wait, we need to revisit that one. Oh my god. The crack. I still don't I still don't understand what makes the crack sound. Oh fuck. Oh, it's so good. God damn it. But I think the shotgun works pretty well, this one. Never mind. Oh fuck. See, now I'm curious again. Like, what if, right? What if with all the spinny blocks here, right? You see, you see? I wonder what kind of abomination this is gonna like do. I just want to see everything wiggling around. Orb? Oh my god, it's an orb! It's breakdancing! Okay, can I make them spin harder? Oh my god! Yo, look at this. Spin. It's breakdancing. It's so good. Revolutionary Kobo Engineering. Everything, it just does its own job. Why am I supposed to do it this in this for the stage? I don't know. But I'm destroying things. I got coin. Put the fire on the ends. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. We should probably use the large wheel, right? So that we can put more yeah, we can put a lot more. A flamethrower. Love to see it. Oh, nice. Okay, I want to see how this works real quick. Very nice. Okay, now we can add our friend flamethrower. Oh, it's too high up. Okay. Oh hey, we can put more flamethrower in between. Oh my goodness. And then we can put more flamethrowers around. I'm gonna put flamethrowers whenever possible, so it's probably gonna take a while. I feel like this is going to self-destruct in like seconds. Man, this is the coolest thing ever. And it's gone. That was spectacular. I need to spam Y immediately. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh shit. Okay, I think I need to make the camera brighter now. Oh. The amount of jank that you can come up with in this game is so good. Hi genre. Welcome. Oh. I never used remote grenade yet. The core somehow survived? Did it? Oh my god. Pog. Pog. Spin. That's the core, right? Go. Get away from here. Coob. Look at it go. Look at this. Now, wheels are great and all. Uh-oh, need to reset the camera. Okay. I want to see what else I can... Is this how wing is used? So that they can fly? Wait, no, wait. What if I put... I don't even know what's gonna happen with this. Yep, of course. Wait. So we don't put that much, but there's one here that can be a helicopter. If this works, I might be able to make more helicopter. It does spin. It does spin. So let's try to make something stable. I'm gonna try something. I wanna try something. So if I were to just hi Wildflower. It's like Merp. This one, and then we're gonna add the mega spinning block. Make it super speed. And then we're gonna add a huge wheel. And then we're gonna add wings. Oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Wait, camera, don't follow. Oh my god, camera. I'm gonna vomit. Wait. Can you not follow? Like, can I not have a free camera? It does kind of work. There's be something that I can make it spin even faster. Spin plus spin? Let's do an experiment. Oh? I mean, that's pretty fast. But they don't fly, though. That is mega fast. I guess they don't... It's taking the spin. Oh, wait, this one is super slow, this one is mega fast. Maybe it does work? Look at the speed of this thing. So let's make an illusion of it flying. They can't fly because they're not gaining the lift. What? Add the little spinning one at the top. Add the little spinning one. I mean, more spinning block? Oh yeah. The slow one is actually so fast it looks slow. Oh, is that it? I mean, they're both spinning the wrong, like the not wrong, but they're both spinning different ways, so that's why as well. I'm not expecting it to like fly. The first one they're flying. Oh. Oh. No, I feel like I need it to be like mega spinning. No? Automatic. Lift off? And this is too heavy. I already have a no, I'm just like sort of experimenting stuff. I have a flying dragon vehicle. I don't know, this looks fun. And you know what's more fun? Flamethrower. No fly fire? Mmm. It did something. Oh my god. That is actually cool as fuck, by the way. Too much spin itch. Okay, no flamethrower for now. It's like a giant spinning death blade. I know that looks kind of cool, honestly. See, this is the game where I can do dumb fuck shit like this, and it's so fun. Whoa. Okay, let's give the illusion of, hey, we're flying now. Or maybe we need more. You know what? Yeah. The balloon is just gone. I feel like anything added to this thing is going to be so cool. Okay, so now that we have this, alright. We? It was working for a little bit. Look at that. It's kind of working. I can sort of can I go to the front? Can I move this car? Wait, what if I try to counter steer this thing? It's probably just gonna break. But it's not breaking though. That's the thing. So we might need to. We should fly. Oh, it's too tall. No, my dream. Can you have your base? Feels like the center of mass is too high. I don't know what I'm trying to make still. I'm just trying to fuck around. The town's abusing that. Wee. I mean, I can just bring up my dragon mobile. This is not crack. This is speed. What if I bring up my shotgun upgrade? Mmm. And then we can G. F. 2. All the buttons. Boom, boom. Hey, look at that. It almost destroys everything. GF2. Okay, we do it here. G. F. There we go. 2. Look at that, easy. And I can flamethrower. Oh fuck, this game's good. I feel like this. Well, I wouldn't say it's indestructible. It's absolutely destructible. It's just the tactic of I'm gonna destroy you first before you can destroy me. Midland Patrol. Destroy all tents. Oh, say no more, King. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. Stretch that bone. These good. Okay, we're just gonna 1T first. And then flamethrower. Don't move. And then G. Oh, F2, all the buttons. Boo, 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 boo. Oh no. Okay, maybe the flame. I have to do the flamethrower along with the bombs. So 1 TY. Fire, fire. Mm. And then we can aim. G. F. Got him. Destroy. Destroy 80% of the monuments. Okay. Oh, there's the last one. Oh, that's two inside. This tornado? The wheels. Oh, wait, no, chill, chill. G. G. Got him. F. Got him. 2. Pop, 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 pop. Whee! Shoot tornado did nothing. And the flamethrower. Oh, oops, next zone. Odd contraption. Oh, do I need to spin it? Maybe a shotgun would do. G, F, 2. Oh, something's burning my teeth. No, not my car. Oh. I mean, this looks like I need to spin it. It's actually a large wheel on the front, and it just crank it, I guess. Yeah, shotgun can't do this one, sadly. If I can bring my spin there, I might be able to do it. What the fuck? Oh my god, hell yeah, we need more weight. Oh my goodness, someone told me that weight can do this. I'm probably gonna hear a little crack again. I'm trying to hold back my laughter because it's just a crack. It's not that funny. But it's so funny to me. But it spins kinda slow. It's consistent, but it spins kinda slow. Oh, on top is spinning really fucking fast. So, question, more spinny blocks means more faster? I mean, this one is pretty easy to make. Let me remake this one. It's so. Wait a minute. That doesn't look right. Okay, that looks promising. Okay. Oh, this too. What a small. I mean, it's a small wheel. Okay, okay. Oh, it's too high. Maybe I. Small wheel. Okay, small wheel can do something, I guess? Nah. Okay. Now I can make some fireworks. Yo, that's actually kinda cool. But the top part. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh, this game's too good. Oh. Boom, Butch Cat, hi. Welcome. Ooh. Oh. This is so cool. Alright, we have... At least now we know. Is there a way to make them like stick? For real, for real? I mean, if I just put flamethrower, but no. I want something that sticks. Wait, isn't this thing gonna wang dangle? Wait, this thing's gonna wang dangle. And then I can put more spinning blocks here. And then I can put more wing dangling. On... I love to fuck around this game so much. It's like I'm playing Screwdriver again. Came back from lunch, saw this, hell yeah. I mean, not my proudest creation, but it's something. Oh wait, they stick! They kinda stick though. they kinda stick though. So we can keep adding the wing dangling. One second, axle linkage. Helicopter reel? Oh no! oh no! God damn it. Oh my god. It's been so fast. I mean, somehow this one destroys the whole vehicle. Hey, maybe. This is gonna be the one to to do this. Oh fuck. What if we add springs to something? See what's gonna happen if I do this? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I mean the springs. Oh, we're grabber. Maybe you can use grabber so that they will stay on question mark? Let me try. Oh no. I mean the grabber is holding on. Oh, it's so stupid. But I love it so much too. Oh fuck. Okay, we save this one as now it just spin, right? We override this, it's fine. We're gonna reload our shotgun upgrade. The shotgun can do this, right? GF2. Guess not. I guess Cobalt needs to do this. Alright, how do you do this, Cobalt? I think what I can do is... Oh, that's way higher. I mean, close enough, right? So we need to stick something in there? Grab it? Go! Do it! Look at that, it's Cobalt, I'm telling you. And Cobalt do work so good sometimes. Poison the well? How am I supposed to poison the well? This calls for shotgun upgrade. Is that poisoned? How do you want me to poison it? With flamethrower? GF2? Oh. Oh man. Do I need to throw something down there? Oh, are these poison? They might be poison. Oh, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. The one next to you, I think? Oh, these? This might be a cobalt work again. Oh, do you not grab it? Oh, there it is. Maybe not? Oh, maybe I need piston for this? Like how I made the dragon PP, I could use the piston to control this one. So if I piston this one. What to extend? H. Why do you allow me to change the power and the speed? Oh, oh yeah. Don't ask me why. Isn't there like a piston extender? Extend a piston? What does it do? I don't know what that does. At least we're piston now, so let's grab it. Got him. Oh, no. Oh, I need to destroy this thing first, I think. Can I destroy this? Yeah, I guess I could do that. So let's add... Let's try to be normal for once. Be normal. For a Kobo, it's way too difficult. Anyway. Oh, they didn't do. There we go, perfect. Okay, I'm being as normal as possible. At least trying to be. Oh no! Not long enough? my friend's already playing Counter-Strike. God damn it. No, I want to play Counter-Strike too. What? It's only 7 p.m. Wow, how are they so fast playing? Anyway, let me grab this thing real quick. Alright. Oh, I need 2 of them. Oh no. You need to make it red. Red thing's more dangerous. Is it? I think anything that's made by a kobold is already inherently dangerous. Hi, Coffee Mensa. Maybe I can roll it inside.
Hey, hello. Cannot understand. Where the subtitles?
I think the subtitles are on. Hmm? Oh, I have toggle mode. Nice. Oh. Nice. The tree wing dangling grabber. How do I make them go higher? Maybe, get in. Uh-oh. I mean, that works. Oh my god, that's perfect. Okay, we poisoned the whale. A kobold is doing good in this zone. Uh-oh. Destroy 90% of cannons. I don't think shotgun upgrade is gonna be able to do this. Alright, assets. 1G YGF2. Papa. I need to destroy the cannons. I think I need to like 1TY immediately. 1TY. Drive. GF2. Man, this one is hard. What if spin? Right? What if spin though? Alright, check the shit out. Speed. Come on, do it. You got this speed. Okay, maybe I don't need flamethrower. Speed. If shotgun doesn't work, use ungodly amount of force. Go! It kind of launched them. Oh, the wheels are gone. I think it's too heavy. Think we can add more? This looks so cursed. Whee! Oh. We love it's like if the initial launch hits everything, that's so cool though. What if we fling all the boulder? Fling! Maybe you want bombs instead? Wait, it might actually work. Wooden pole? then bams. Right, we're almost there. The spin upgrade might work. Okay, go! it didn't even touch them. Oh my god. One more time. Holy shit. Man, bomb doesn't work? Maybe the bombs are too high up. Yeah, the bombs are too high up. Let's add some more bombs down here. Hi, Lex. Welcome, welcome. What? One gap between each bomb, maybe? Maybe? I cannot hold back my laughter again. I don't know why. I know some shit is going on. If I can hold back my laughter. Oh, chill. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. This is gonna work. Trust. Milk. Go. Hey, look, the spinny thing is still working. It's still spinning, look at that. I see Kobo is doing good work. Yeah. Oh, I can add more. Every time I cannot. I'm trying not to laugh so hard, but I cannot. Just how explosive it is. Oh shit. Okay then. I'm, I'm so tired. I've been laughing for the past few hours playing this game. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, we get. It's so explosive. Okay, we have this spin, so let's go back to like primitive spin. Right. Yeah, what if I go back to my first ever spin? It has defensive ability and it has offensive capability as well. It's almost like Asuka in Tekken 8. You attack me, but I attack you back. You touch my people, I touch you. Right. So yeah. Now we wait. Oh my god. Oh, it doesn't go the other way. You got this spin, come on, you got this. Yeah, you're almost there, you're almost there. Touch it, touch it. Come on, touch it. Oh, you're just dodging it now. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Ooh, that was aggressive. Oh, that was aggressive. Nice. Oh, it doesn't go back anymore. Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe not. Can it go fast? Let it reap B-boy? Hell yeah. What I'm thinking is that I'm still gonna go with the bomb, but Yeah, it didn't do anything. Oh my god. Hey, look at that. That kind of works. Just a few more. That's normal, right? Metal blade? Oh, it's too long. Oh, not anymore. Come on, I thought you're Leonardo or Michelangelo. I don't know. One of the one of the turtles. I mean, did it not work? Wait, I think it kind of worked. Oh. I mean, the top part kind of works. Look at that. Oh, nice. Nice. Maybe I just need a shitload of spinny cubes. Because it's definitely working, right? Yo, maybe? Oh my god. Come on, just 5 more, just 5 more. No, where are you going? Okay, change of plan. Just add 10,000 spinny cubes and we're good to go. This is gonna go well, right? Oh no! Oh shit! I mean, if it works, it works. Oh my god, do it again! Oh my god. Oh shit, I cannot laugh like this anymore. Oh fuck. Extinguished skates. I can't even talk anymore. Okay, wait, this is gonna be this of destruction. No, that's not how you spell it, right? How do you spell destruction again? R-U-O-C-T-I-O-N. There it is. This of destruction. Go! Oh shit. I mean, the music fits. Is it gonna extinguish the sacred flame? Okay, yeah. No. Well, I guess we can have our shotgun upgrade. Check this shit out. Okay, so I have all the buttons. Space 1T, Y, G, F, 2. Did it work? Is that the flame I'm trying to extinguish? It's sacred. How am I supposed to extinguish it? I hear Kobo laughing. I see what's happening. Oh, it should spin. It's fine. G F 2. Whoa. Even this is not working, my shotgun upgrade is not enough? Just a little spin and mark. Oh my god, I cannot stop laughing now. I mean, not even Mach 5 can take care of this. This is tough. And then we have crack. You guys won't believe that I laugh at this thing for like 30 minutes. Non-stop. Just the crack. I can't. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's kind of working. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we good. How about the first dragon? Alright, Go. Up, up, up. Fly. Yup. Yeesh. This what? Oh. I'm burning instead. And it's flying. Oh, it's not flying anymore. It burns me. How am I supposed to extinguish it? Even Mach 5 doesn't even Mach 5 doesn't work. Let's give this self-destruction one more try. Oh no! It's gonna crush my stream! Oh no! Okay, yeah, stop. No. Wait. Oh shit! Okay, we survived. I can't help but wonder. You might think that this is excessive, and you're right. It is. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh. Oh wait, no. This is art? Hell yeah, it is. We love art. I was thinking maybe if I add all the... on one side. Okay, yeah, they just fly away. So oh my god. Oh shit. Oh. This is my kind of humor, I guess. So what happened is you usually when normally things will be will be will be flinged out if there's too much g-force, right? Or if there's too much movement. But because the spinny block is made to not fly out, and then the game just like, oh no. The game says, what the fuck is going on? And we have this. I feel like I want more flamethrower. so we can enjoy the fireworks before things go apeshit like this. See, the flamethrower just flies out. But then, because of Smitty block. Oh, wait. It's not breaking. Oh, there it is. I was like, oh, hey, it's not breaking. Nope, psych. Yeah, so far the only thing that doesn't fall off is spinning block. The rest will fall off. I never touch cog. What does it even do? It just flies out. See, the thing is, I don't know how to extinguish the flame. Oh shit. It is always at this rock. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hi Perry. Oh my god, that was so good. I mean, we have to spin as well. So I hope you're doing good, Perry. I'm doing pretty good. Although I might have some stomach issue, or like my stomach hurts from laughing too much. Anything will make me laugh now. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay, let's try our death from above, I guess. I mean, even shotgun upgrade doesn't work. Yeah, even my GF2 doesn't work. Oh, maybe I just need to get in. Okay, wait. Doing good, relaxing before a huge essay writing session tomorrow. Oh no, I couldn't do essay. My brain hurts. Gonna live the chaos. Kobo and Engineering is very similar in spirit for sure. I mean, yeah, true. Very similar. Okay, point up. I wonder if GF2 is gonna work here. G. I know. F. 2. Now how do I extinguish that shit? With flamethrower? Fire. I don't know how to extinguish the flame. Nothing works. Not even my Mach 5 works. Mach 5. It's the best thing ever. You don't have any water things? Wait, I have a water cannon. Blue fire powerful? Yeah, they're very powerful. Let's get shotgun upgrade. Yeah, I have water cannon. Why? I think why is... Oh. Oh. There's the power meter. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's down, it's down. Okay. Go get him. It was white, right? White. Nice too. We got the lane flame. Race and steel. I feel like a Mach 5 could work here. GF2. I killed something. Here, let's try my Mach 5. Oh, my Disc of Destruction. Disc of Destruction. Go! Beyblade. I can't see shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I can't. Yeah, I was about to say the sword is gone. I cannot utter a word, holy shit. Oh, my PC's dying. Oh, fuck. This is my best creation yet. Mach 5. I don't think I can do anything that can top this. Unless I brace... What if I do this? You know what I mean? Like, what if I make them stay together? Like, I force them to stay together? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it just breaks immediately after that. Oh shit. Oh. The magnitude, much G-force. When OBS says encoding overloaded, I have to stop. Actually, I'm curious about my GPU. Or like my CPU. It's already 100%. Does it take GPU when I do that? So I have Task Manager over there. Let me try. almost there. There it is. Oh. Oh, holy shit! The CPU! CPU and memory went over. It went over 100%. I can't. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. The PC stuff for your entertainment. Yeah, totally. One more time. Oh wait, the wheel is not. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh, my cheek hurts. Oh, hi, Preen. Think that this looks weird? It kinda does, doesn't it? What the fuck? This is like when people throw stuff at me on my stream. That much? Oh my god. I mean, I thought my... I thought this is my best creation already. But then I also have... this is the stupidest one. You had no idea how much time I spent on this. And then... all I need is a crack. I can't. Oh my god. Oh, it's the crack. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I even thought like my shotgun upgrade is already pretty good. You know, you have like 10,000 of explosions in front. And I was like, that's a good FPS drop. You know, I even have like the GF2 and then ZXCV QR, right? So I was like, oh, it's already pretty cool. And then fucking and then I found the spin, right? I even made dragon. Like sort of a dragon here. That is actually kind of working. This is the the dragon that cannot fly. It used to shoot up. This is not bad for a dragon, I think. So that's Dragon 3. Dragon 1 is this. Initial dragon breath and then fly. Fly. Go. Yeah. Go down, fly. Oh shit. I'm just killing birds. Oh yeah, there's also like fart. Oh, and also my most proud achievement is making a dragon have a pee-pee. Look at that. Pee-pee. It's the first thing I came up with, like, oh no. Dragon pee-pee. Oh shit. This game is good. People make efficient machines in this game, but that's dumb. This game exists to make crimes. Crimes against engineering. Oh, yeah, true. No brownies. Sorry about that. But I cannot control myself. And then this is like the second rendition of Dragon. It's made for flying, kind of, but also very difficult. It can fly. It can do a death from above, but I'm gonna drop it so we can fly. And then go. And then you can sort of turn a little bit as well. Go. So this is like a flying mobile. It kind of works. Kind of. Not the best, but it's something, I guess. Go. So yeah, this is the second rendition of my Dragon Mobile. It's good enough. Oh, hi Malicious Magpie. I love how this went from like an extremely chill stream to me just like fucking around everything. And then the third one. The one I just showed, you can fly. And then this of destruction. This is the best one ever. Nothing I make can can top this anymore. This is like the best. You know how much I find, like, I was stuck at the cannon round for a little bit. A previous round, can I go back? Yeah, this one, surrounded. So I was trying so many things, trying to beat this thing, right? I was surrounded, and I'm trying to like destroy them all in one fell swoop. And then nothing works. I even made, so this is why I made this. This one doesn't work. It just explodes. And it does almost a little bit, right? It almost does it, but it never does it. And then eventually I was like, oh shit, this one works. Look at that. Easy. So yeah, that's how I do it. Oh my, oh shit, my everything hurts, everything hurts. Oh my god. I mean, I have some very normal cobalt. Yeah, this one. This one is pretty normal. Right? You have a small car, you know, cobalt small. And then you have like a bunch of crossbows on top you can shoot. That's pretty much it. That's cobalt. Oh. then this game is fun as fuck. What have you done? I don't know, Jade. I don't know. But this one I don't know how to do. Maybe I just need to like lift it up. Sounds like a job for a kobold. But I kind of want to go get dinner though. I'm getting very hungry. Yeah, Kobo is like the most normal vehicle here. Oh well, as normal as it can be. That's not right. Well, I don't know how to do this. But for now, I'm gonna go get dinner. I am hungry and my stomach hurts. Dragon PP could grab it. Oh! We grab the... Which rendition should we take? The third one? Wait, maybe you should take the first one. Or the second one, so that we can fly. After grabbing it with the PP. Oh, oops. Maybe? Maybe I should go down first. Okay, we should aim properly. Answer all things with dragon dick. It sounds about right. Alright, going up. Maybe? Grab. Come on, PP. Wait, did my PP... H doesn't work anymore. Oh, H is doing something. Oh, it grabbed that. Okay. Okay, I need to try again. This is a little bit hard. Okay. Grab it. Grab it. I got it. Go up. Go. Oh my god. No fucking way. Okay, release. Let's go, Dragon Geek. Actually works, just need some careful planning. But how do I grab it away? Oh, hey, I pressed the wrong button. God damn it. No. I did it though. I just need to deliver it here. I mean, at least I know how to fly backwards. Wait, I know how to fly backwards. I don't know why this flies backwards, but it does. Why did that suddenly go off? I don't see anything. Okay, check this out. This one flies backwards for some reason. Look at that. So yeah, our strat is to grab it, like how I did just now. Yep. And then we're gonna go get dinner. Hungry. I'm one hungry kobold. Alright, we got this, we got this. Oh, too much, too much, too much, too much. Ah, too much. Oh. Hi again, Evie. Let's try again. Go up. Go now. Oh. Go. Go now. Go. Did I grab it? No, I missed. God damn it. How did I do it the first time? I was a wizard. Did I do it? I just, I suddenly had a realization that I'm trying to grab something. I suddenly had the realization that I am actually trying to grab something with a dragon. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. How life has changed. Oh, Lupo.
Hype judge.
Hype Gudge. Oh, I think it's just the kitty. 给你拿着钱。哇，这样好。13 months. Thank you, Lupo. 钱我拿着了，谢谢谢谢。Sorry, I've not been spending much time this week. My partner's here with me for the week, and it's been the best. So, just been focusing on time with her. Oh yeah, of course, of course. And go enjoy time with her. Yeah, go enjoy time with her. It's like the most important because, you know, it's a short time, so gonna enjoy it as best you can. I can totally understand it. So don't worry about me. Here I am just trying to grab something with a dragon dick. What has how I'm not even gonna complain, honestly. See, I made dragon dick as like the first thing I had. the first thing I made. Well, not really the first thing, but it is like the first small idea I had. Just like, hey, dragon dick, hell yeah. Slowly. Oh. No, I cannot do that. Man, this is tough. I went swimming for the first time in years on Friday. Feel so euphoric being in a feminine swim top. That's nice. Hell yeah. This figure is so wobbly. I mean, it's Besiege, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna give it a few more tries. I am so hungry. How did I do it the first time? I was a wizard. Holy shit. Oh, backflip. Go down. Yeah. Down. Ooh. I got it. And then up. Take it. Yo, okay. Now we can fly back. Fly back. All according to plan. Gonna fly slowly this one. I grab a sword with Dragon Leak. Oh my god, let's fucking go. This is peak Kobo gaming. Can you say that I grabbed a sword with my with a dragon dick and pulled it out from the ground and then took it to the checkpoint? There's no way. No one has done that. Only this Kobo right here. Kobo Engineering, I'm telling you. Wait, for what? Well, dick. See that? I don't know why that's the first thing that I made. But hey. It works. If it works, it works. Alright, take it out. Whee! And then we have a smooth landing. Very, very nice. Okay, if this next zone, I can use my Mach 5 to take Duke's knowledge. What if I... Oh, I need to save my... Get this dragon too. Off right. Because I believe I made some changes here. This of destruction. I'm taking it. Oh. It's happening. This of destruction? There it is. Is this not how I do it? Oh shit. Yeah, Of course Kobo used Dragon Dick for such a task. Hell yeah. Oh, am I supposed to grab that and then put it... Oh, Mark 5 cannot do it. Well, I'm gonna go get dinner then. I'm getting hungry. Okay, let me... Oh, there's no need to save, right? Yeah, I can just... Don't forget to save a machine before quitting. I mean, this one is list of destruction, so yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go get some food. I'm one hungry Kobo now. Oh, my cheek hurts. My cheek actually hurts from laughing too much. It's insane. Oh shit. I haven't had this much fun in a while. Like this is this is good. This is great. This is so good. I love games like this where I can just like fuck around. And Besiege delivered. Like yes, Screwdriver I can fuck around as well. It's great. I like it. But I didn't know Besiege has this much potential. Because what Besiege does is that it gives me everything at the start. So it's like I don't need to go and do things and unlock things. I don't need to grind for money just to fuck around with the game. I think it's great. It's so much better when I don't need to go through grinds just to unlock things so that I can make more advanced stuff. Yeah, it's great. Anyway, I already had a great time. Yeah, no grind, only silly, right? Good Tyler. I assume that's me. Yeah, we're gonna rate Merp, of course. Eat Merp. Of course we're gonna rate Merp. Merp, oh. Merp, great. Oh, Metal is streaming as well. But I think I rated Metal yesterday, right? Yeah, I rated Metal. Yeah, we're gonna rate Merp. So, before anything, let me just summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And Kobo rating Kobo? It's Kobo and Kobo action time? Hell yeah. We're gonna have a Kobo and Kobo action time. I mean, yeah. No, I'm not gonna laser Merp. And I have a Discord channel. Barry Saunders? What? Yeah, we're gonna rate math. I don't think I'm missing anything. It's a new person. Okay, we're gonna... At this time, we're gonna rate Merp's shinies. Why not? I'm feeling chaotic today. This one. Well, of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want to use. Just maybe don't use more than 4. You know, don't want to flood the message too much. Get the shinies. I'm gonna get the shiny. I'm gonna get the food as well. Oh yeah, that too. Thank you, Lex. I already forgot about it. Oh no. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think tomorrow I'll try to do art. Even though my brain is not the best, but I also don't want to delay art too much, I feel like as much as I want to play Power World. I'll try to do some art. Like, I don't want to just not do art. Maybe do a little bit, right? Yeah, I'll try to do a little bit at least. Stream art and Power World. It's possible, yeah. Yeah, half and half. I can try and do that. Half art, half break with game. Yeah, I think most people do it that way too. But I just think that I have this hyperfixation when I start focusing on art. I just cannot think of anything else. It's kind of a good and bad thing. Hyperfixation does make me allows me to make a lot of progress on art, but it does also kind of make me scared of doing art a little bit, just a tiny bit, right? So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, I think. I just need to like sort of get rid of this first step fear. Yeah, something like that. Also, I'm just trying not to smile because my cheek hurts from laughing too much just now. Hello, Tikaka. Welcome. Hope Tikaka is doing good. You're late. No, Tikaka is never late. I mean, so long as Tikaka is here, and they're never late. To me, anyway. Anyway, let me type in right to Merp. There we go. Just woke up from nap and took the doggies out. Nice. True. Elder Bowl is never late nor early. Yeah, Elder Bowl decides when they're gonna be here, and I'm all for it. Yeah. Also, I suddenly don't know how to talk anymore because, yeah, laughing too much. I think I think I just lost a brain cell there, and it hurts when I only have one brain, only one brain cell, and I already lost it. Oh no! And get eat. I will. I'm gonna eat, and before eat, I'm gonna go get dinner as well. Milk. Yeah, I should drink more water. My single brain cell. Ah. I'm gonna do it. Here, I'll do one, and then I'm gonna go get dinner. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Okay. Dragon. Dragon. Oh,
Ooh, shiny.
I mean, I achieved a lot today, but I want to share something. You know,
Yep, yep.
especially the dragon dick.
Ooh, shiny.
I think me being able to grab the sword with a dragon dick on the vehicle will be my all-time high, I feel like. Or all-time gaming high, I would say. Oh, why is that ad break now? Fuck. Yeah. I made vehicles in Besiege, and then the vehicle is dragon dick on it. We can go higher? Probably. Most likely. It's definitely possible. Yeah. It enlarges and yeah, that's totally right. It enlarges and grabs, oh my god. I'm just gonna wait for the ad break to finish and then making a raid. And grabs the attention, that is. Oh yeah, definitely. My attention would 100% be grabbed if, you know, yeah, 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 yeah. This wasn't peak stream. Also my all-time high on gaming. Oh, ad break finished. Nice. So I'm gonna go right now, and tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit of art and most likely some Power World. And we'll see. Alright? So yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable, right? And Kobo loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Merp. Bye bye, Uncle Burp. Oh yeah, that's the right message. I think I have it still. Hmm. That's a non-sub, right? Although, of course, you can use your emote as well. It's totally fine. And whichever emote you want to use, it's all good. Occasionally turns volume down beforehand so dogs won't bark at pew pew sounds. Oh, Merb's playing No Man's Sky. That's fair. There's something I want to say, but I forgot. Oh, my brain reset again. I love too much, and now my brain doesn't work. Oh, oh, oh! It just sort of disables on its own now. Oh no! No brain gone. I was wondering if Pokemon Auto Chess was playing music without I muted it was streaming. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Only spin. Bye bye. Take care.